He gave me the hardest fish here. I want to prove to the judges that I can cook any protein they throw at me, even though I'm only 8 years old.
Now, young lady, you dealt the dysfunctional card this evening. You were handed a sardine. These are the kind of things that we throw off the end of the pier to feed the seagulls.
What I did was I cooked the crab down with some shallots, garlic, some olive oil, and then I wilted the spinach, and then I rolled it in the fish, and then I cooked it.
Wow. Avery, oh my. I think this is one of your best dishes you've cooked in this competition. You've taken the crappiest, the smelliest, the most disgusting fish anywhere in the ocean and elevated it to the Rolls Royce of protein. I don't think in the history of this competition we've ever seen a 8-year-old cook as good as this. Amazing.
Thank you.
I decided to teach a second masterclass based on the incredible feedback I've had from everybody on my first masterclass. Everywhere I travel, the big question is, can we have some more? So this time round, we're going up to another level. These recipes and pairings across this incredible masterclass is all about the travel and the insight, and I think the exciting ingredients that are relevant across all my restaurants. I've got some new tricks up my sleeve that I can't wait to share with you. Watch, learn, listen, and dedicate. I'm going to teach you methods, secrets that I'm teaching some of the best chefs in the world today. What I'm going to show you now is how to extract the best from a humble ingredient and propel that into the Premier League. Great appetizers, great entrees, and then bang, that final dessert. That wow factor when you leave your guests absolutely breathless. I'm going to take you into an area where you felt your cooking could never go, but more importantly, give you the confidence, the insights, and guaranteed first, second time won't be perfect. Third, fourth, fifth, you're gonna nail it. Whether it's holding a knife, roasting a rack of lamb, caramelizing a duck, or even making the most amazing vinaigrettes, I wanna see that level of not just excitement, but confidence. To prevent that lunch, that dinner becoming stressful. Because when you're stressed, you don't create fireworks. Go into it with such confidence, and trust me, the food will speak for itself. I'm Gordon Ramsay. Welcome back to another masterclass. The most amazing sauté asparagus served with an asparagus puree and a poached egg. But not any poached egg, trust me. This poached egg is poached in red wine. The secret behind this dish is in that richness from the yolk, but more importantly, how I cook the asparagus. "99 times out of 100, you'll see asparagus steamed or boiled. What happens when they're boiled or steamed? All the flavor goes out of them. So what I'm doing, I'm keeping the skins on. Why? Because the flavor is in that skin. Now, each asparagus tip has a woody part. That bit there is the bit that sticks in the ground, so you can't eat that. So it's called feeling for the asparagus. You run the knife down, and the minute it's soft, beautiful. That's what you want there, that beautiful, nice, round tip there. So last, you basically take off about 2 inches of the asparagus. Don't throw them away. They're great for stocks. And they hold an amazing flavor, but we cannot cook with them. So line the asparagus up, come up 2 inches, and slice through. And you feel a nice, smooth cut on the asparagus. There's something quite magical about eating asparagus for literally 3 months a year. It's highly seasonal, but the flavor is extraordinary. And these is what I call the magic asparagus, white asparagus. The flavor is a lot sweeter than normal asparagus. You'll see when we blister these, it's almost like this soft, creamy texture inside. They're only in season for 6 or 7 weeks max. Again, the base of that asparagus is very woody. Take that off. The flavor from the bases, trust me, goes brilliantly well, especially when you're making a vegetable stock. And the vegetable stock, you know, is a great base to any fantastic soup. So don't throw them away. They freeze brilliantly. Take off all those little woody parts. Now, for the puree. I'm not gonna waste the tip of the asparagus because that's the sweetest part. I'm gonna take about 1 centimeter off each asparagus and slice them. And that's gonna start the base of my puree. So hold the asparagus together and let the knife do the work and literally lift up and down. And all I'm doing now is trimming the asparagus. So you can see why. You can see why I'm not wasting any of it. Let the knife do the work, pierce them together, and just, again, that up and down motion. And all I'm doing now is sizing up my asparagus for the plate, thinking about the presentation as we go. And also, there's nothing worse when you're on a lunch or dinner and you're trying to negotiate a big, long spear of asparagus. The flavor of these parts, I call it the middle sector of the asparagus, is incredible. And look, all we've done now is literally trimmed our asparagus, ready for cooking. First off, the puree. Now, the secret behind an asparagus puree, for me, is in the actual sweating of the asparagus. Stove on. A little knob of butter, tiny bit of butter. The secret now is gently sweating off that asparagus. You can see it's almost like it's sort of shredded, but the flavor in here. Any other chef would be peeling their asparagus. What do they do with their peel? They throw the peel away. This makes an amazing puree. Now, sweat that butter. In there, a teaspoon of shallots. Why shallots over onions? A lot sweeter, a lot finer, and I've got a lot more control over the acidity. A white onion, very, very sharp. I like that nice sweet contrast with asparagus, but more importantly, I don't want anything overpowering. Lightly sweat off the shallots and garlic with no color. Really important, no color. This puree for me needs to be dark, vibrant, and really nice and green. So if I put any color on the shallots or garlic, it disturbs the color of my asparagus. Asparagus in, and we sweat them off now. Beautifully down. Now this is a great sort of way of not just no waste, but more importantly, an amazing way to experience the flavor of great asparagus. Lightly seasoned, touch of salt, and a touch of pepper. From there, I'll take some of this is beautifully homegrown thyme, but it's a lemon thyme, so it gives that nice sort of lift and sort of magic to the asparagus puree. Just pick a couple of little buds of thyme and into the asparagus. That's going to make that asparagus puree nice and fragrant. And like I said, this puree goes beautifully with this dish, but for me, it's also the base of a great soup. So how would I make my asparagus soup? Sweat down all my trimmings, make a stock from the butts of the asparagus, and then add the stock to the puree. You've got this pure, magical, amazing asparagus soup. Incredibly healthy. It's got that richness to it as well. Very sweet and very delicious. Now, sweat down the asparagus. No color, really important, because I don't want an over sort of bitter flavor in the asparagus. Once I've sweated that down, you can see the asparagus starts to break down. And as it starts to melt, that smell, that sort of nice, sweet, braised flavors coming out. Now, here's the secret. If you keep that nice and flat in the pan, it cooks evenly. Red wine for poaching the eggs, brought up to the boil. I'm gonna leave that off and just let that simmer, and I'll show you why in a minute. Sweat off that asparagus. Lightly seasoning. I've got the thyme, lemon thyme in there. It's gonna make it a little bit more fragrant. A little touch of salt, a little touch of pepper, and shallots and garlic. But look, it's starting to break down because I've sliced them super thin. No color, but just sweating them down. And it's really important It sounds a little bit bizarre, but you can overcook a puree. Everyone thinks, overcook it to get it nice and fine. No, there's a moment where you have to stop cooking it. And look, the asparagus has just started to break down, and now it's time for the vegetable stock. So clean the outside of the pan, bring all those little bits down, and then add your vegetable stock. Now, don't flood the pan. Stock goes in, and you just want to cover the top of the asparagus, okay? Because I want a puree, I want a nice, dense, rich puree. And this puree of asparagus, for me, is almost like, I call it like an asparagus butter. It's like this magical moment that you think, wow, the asparagus tastes great, but the puree is exceptional. Bring that up to the boil, turn that down, and let it simmer. And I say simmer because I want it cooking gently. If it cooks too fast, then it explodes the little bits of asparagus and makes the puree very watery. So turn it down, right down to 0. Put the lid on, and just let that cook away for 2.5 minutes max. Now, look, the stock has absorbed into that asparagus. This puree literally cooks out in minutes. And the secret there is slicing the asparagus super thin. We've got the added bonus of having those white asparagus bases in there as well. And it's cooked because you can sort of get it and sort of nip it in between your fingers. You can see it's soft. No crunch, just a beautiful, soft. I've got that color still, so I don't want to overcook this puree. Turn the heat up and put the cream in. And that's going to finish this puree beautifully. Cream in, a couple of tablespoons of cream. And before I blitz it, it's really important that you bring that back up to boil. If I bring it back up to boil, it stops it from breaking. If I put cold cream into there and don't cook it out, it will break by the time I blend it. So back up to the boil and literally cook that cream out. But here's the important part. Before I blitz it, I want you to taste it. Touch more salt. Touch more pepper. It's very hard to season the puree once it's been blended because it doesn't take the seasoning. It makes it rough and grainy. So do it all in here. It's back up to the boil now. That is ready. Into the blender. The most important thing about a puree is blending it once it's piping hot. If you let this sit and it goes cold, you'll never get that fine, beautiful puree. And it's with a lot of vegetables exactly the same way. I've sweated it off beautifully. I've seasoned it perfectly. And now it's ready for blending. On. And start off gently. Really important. If we blitz it too fast, too quickly, then the whole thing just explodes. I want to keep all the magic here at the base. Turn it on. Let that blend gently. And because it's piping hot, it's going to go nice and smooth. And then, look, you can just see at the base of the blender, it's starting to go super fine. And then increase the power. I don't want to lose half of it, splattered all around. Keep it nice and controlled. I mean, that is delicious. One taste. Now, look at that. Beautiful. Right now, I'm like a pig in shit because that is just perfect. And that's just one little part of this dish. This puree is sweet, it's refined, but it's earthy. It's got that wonderful, nice, fresh asparagus taste. And the most important thing about this puree is it's been cooked super quick, so I've got all that healthy nutrient of the asparagus kept in that puree. Now, put that into a squeezy bottle. Now, the most exciting part, cooking the asparagus. Again, season. I want the seasoning a little bit heavier this time. Open at the top of your pepper mill. That'll increase the size of your peppercorns underneath. And It's a robust seasoning. I season like this when I'm seasoning steaks, ribeyes, New York strips. I've got that nice cracked pepper, a touch of salt, and roll the asparagus round in that seasoning. Now, here, I have some lemon salt as well. I want a little bit of acidity to that asparagus. So lemon salt, pepper, and think of that black pepper and that lemon. Beautiful. Now for the cooking. For me, the most exciting part. Pan on. Whilst I'm waiting for the pan to get nice and hot, let me talk to you about the mushrooms. This dish is all about the level of simplicity. And for me, these king trumpet mushrooms, the flavor is incredible. I call it the sort of cheap porcini. Slice them in half, and then just nicely with your tip of your knife, just crisscross. When you do this, just lightly score it, it helps to open up the pores of the mushrooms. You'll see as the mushroom cooks, it doesn't become spongy in the center. And for me, I get that amazing flavor of olive oil inside that mushroom. So just crisscross, nice and gently. Now, my pan is smoking hot. Normally, asparagus is boiled. I'm blistering the asparagus, pan piping hot. Turn the gas down. A touch of olive oil in there, just a touch. And what I want to do now is almost blister the outside of the asparagus, and the flavor that gives it is incredible. Pan nice and hot, asparagus over, and lay the asparagus in. Not literally covering them with oil. Get that seasoning in there as well. Now, honestly, once you've tasted asparagus like this, you'll never ever want to go back to boiled asparagus, let me tell you. Skin's on, gas nice and high. When you leave the skin on the asparagus, it protects it so it doesn't overcook it. Look what happens. It starts to blister the outside of the asparagus. It's almost like you're sticking asparagus on the barbecue. I'm starving them of water. I don't want water to go anywhere near there because I want to keep that flavor, that high intensity flavor, that nice, clean, beautiful sweetness of asparagus. Turn them over, roll them round. And this is called basically putting color on the asparagus. So good, so nice. It's like that nice, light barbecue flavor. It's almost like a sort of charcoal. You can smell how sweet the asparagus is, and it's gone nowhere near water yet, so the flavor is intensifying. A touch of butter in there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that asparagus now. Look what's happening to it. And this is the secret of working with a cast iron pan, because it retains the heat, but it also gives that amazing flavor on top of the asparagus. Gas down, and then from there, literally, I'm gonna pour in a tablespoon of stock. And this is the vegetable stock, okay? So this whole thing stays nice and clean. And as the stock gets in there, it'll absorb and glaze the asparagus now. They're not cooked, but the stock helps to steam the asparagus. Watch what happens. Stock goes in. Beautiful. Take some tin foil and literally just sit that on top. Take it off and leave it on the side. Now all that heat in that cast iron pan just continues cooking that asparagus so slowly, and it will be soft and crispy on the outside. Mushrooms next. Again, beautifully seasoned. So much easier to season, as you cook rather than trying to season things at the end. I like the seasoning to lift up the ingredients, and so I'm a big believer in small amounts of seasoning across all the cooking. Mushrooms in, touch of olive oil. As you see, we've opened up those mushrooms, and we lay that side, presentation, down. Always lay away from you so there's no splashback. You'll never get oil up your arm. Lay away. These mushrooms are sort of almost sauteed. Beautiful. Now get color on those mushrooms. I don't want you to turn them. Sometimes, when you saute mushrooms, the most important thing is taking that water out. So high intensity of the heat, but don't turn them too often, especially a mushroom this big. From there, a little bit of thyme in with the mushrooms. Take a little clove of garlic, just lightly crush that in, back of the knife. I don't want chopped garlic in there because it will burn. I want a flavor of that garlic in there. As that oil starts to absorb, just a little touch inside again. And then we're going to start turning them. Now, let's see. Beautiful. Oh my Lord. They look and smell incredible. Beautiful. Amazing. You've got that nice toasted garlic flavor. It's got that wonderful fragrance from that thyme. And I like being generous with the thyme. That just takes mushrooms to a completely different level. Now, beautifully colored. Drain them. That way we don't get any sort of excess oil on the plate. Take them out. Flavor from these mushrooms, beautiful. I mean, really beautiful. I've got the nice little thyme flowers on. They're beautifully colored. And the secret behind these is that I've taken all the water out, so the flavor is just pure mushroom. Beautiful. Out of the pan. Look at that. Amazing. Great. Poaching an egg, we've all done. Nice, beautiful, but poaching it in red wine just gives it that nice silky tannin, and it turns that egg white into something even more tastier. Don't use an expensive wine. House wine is fine. Bring it up to the boil, lightly season it, touch of salt, touch of pepper, and then a nice bay leaf. Get a couple of cloves of garlic and just lightly, and I mean lightly, crush the garlic. Now, the nice thing about this red wine is you can be used time and time again. And every time you use it, the eggs just get richer and richer and richer. Bring it up to the boil. We're going to spin the red wine round and drop the egg into it. And that's going to be the final coat of that asparagus. Think about the 70s, the 80s, asparagus, hollandaise sauce, wild mushrooms. This just takes it to a different level. So a poached egg gives it that richness, and it's that final royal coating across that asparagus that just takes this dish to zenith. Slotted spoon crucial because we go in there without denting the egg and lift out that egg. Whisk, red wine up to the boil, create that vortex. Basically, we're spinning the red wine round. And what happens is I crack the egg and the egg goes in, all that beautiful egg white wraps around the yolk. But it beautifully sort of stains the outside with this nice dark, beautiful red color. Look for a nice large egg, okay? And also with the eggs, I prefer cooking them at room temperature. Cooking them straight from the fridge, makes that yolk so much more denser, so be careful. Always crack on a flat surface, open, and crack into a little bowl first. That protects your egg yolk. Again, vortex, whisk in one hand, egg in the other. Bring that up to temperature and drop that in. And you'll see that spinning around gently. Now, and the nice thing about this red wine, once you poached eggs in here, trust me, pass it through a sieve, chill it down, and use it again. Incredible. Back on the heat. Gently. Now, they take about 90 seconds to poach, so I'm taking it on and off the heat. It's got that vortex still running. Sometimes when you put it back on the heat, it starts to boil it rapidly, so I don't want that bursting. So you just go on, bring up the momentum, back off. And that helps to cook the egg evenly. If I had to leave it on the stove, if that red wine boils, it could burst the egg, and that magical moment has gone. Now, check the egg gently. There she blows. Beautiful. And just spinning that round. Literally 90 seconds. Bring that temperature back up. Don't boil it rapidly. And you'll see the color is beautiful. Almost like a ruby diamond. Amazing. Now, to take the egg out, tray with a little piece of paper to drain. Tilt the pan and gently put the spoon underneath the egg and lift out. And now's the chance to get rid of any excess egg. Sometimes you've got those little unwanted bits. Out onto the paper and drain that egg. Beautiful. Now, lightly, and I mean lightly, season that with a little touch of that lemon, citrus, salt, twist, black pepper. And now, we start to plate. Now for the magical part. Asparagus, literally in the center of the plate, and we'll alternate, and we'll go white, green, white, and green. And what I'm trying to do now is group the asparagus into the center of the plate. I want those alternative colors. Then I start building this thing out with a bit of height, a bit of beauty. Again, crisscross. And they're so beautifully cooked. You can see now why the asparagus has been trimmed down for obvious reasons. Build that asparagus up. Each and every spear has that amazing color. From there, my mushrooms. I want the mushrooms on the plate sort of almost just sort of like they've just been plucked fresh from the garden. Color on these trompettes is incredible. And now for the richness, that beautiful, clean, fresh asparagus puree. It's almost like asparagus butter. They go round in generous portions. And this is the sort of the silk, almost like the final gloss. Be generous with that puree. And the secret now is to spread that puree on the asparagus. Lightly season with that lemon salt, gently over. And then very carefully lift up your beautiful egg and sit that, crown the asparagus. And that's the surprise. And there we go, a beautiful sauteed asparagus with a delicious, rich asparagus puree, sauteed mushrooms, and a poached egg in red wine. That is asparagus in heaven. Pan-seared duck breasts served with the most amazing cherry glaze. This recipe blends together because it's harmony. There's only 4 items on the plate. You know, the duck, the cherries, the endive, and the spinach. It's the one beautiful protein that everybody loves ordering off a menu, but they get really nervous cooking it. I'm gonna show you how to nail it beautifully. The most important thing is letting that duck rest for as long as it cooks. First, marinate the duck. Now, this is a beautiful duck breast. Here's the money. That's the fat, but we're gonna render that down and we're gonna cook it skin side down. You never cook duck exposed literally to the pan like that. You need to cook it on its fat. The fat renders, the actual duck breast gets more tender, but more importantly, it stops it from going dry. So, first off, literally trim up the duck breast. Now, I say trim up because super important. Any excess fat, we keep. These little bits of tissue flatten out on the board, and all we do there is just give that a nice little sort of haircut. Do not throw these away. These are money. I'll show you why in a minute. Again, trim off the ends, and then from there, just tidy this up. What I'm trying to do is get the fat literally in line with the actual meat. But these little bits of duck fat become so valuable. From there, you can see an even coating of the fat across that breast. Get the knife razor sharp, just the tip of the knife, and literally knife down and point through that fat. Do not go through to the flesh. I just want you to go through that fat and let the tip of the knife do the work. You can see it's just starting to open up there. Turn the duck horizontally and do again. And using that tip. And then from there, you can see what's starting to happen. The duck fat is starting to open up. Really important that we don't go too deep, otherwise you'll burst that flesh. From there, start to season the duck. First off, salt onto your little tray. Chinese spice on. And then look, you lay the duck breast on top of that, and then you season on top. Now, what happens here is that as you start to salt that fat, it takes out the moisture. The moisture being a touch of water, so it's going to get even more crispier. Rub all that seasoning inside there, evenly coat it. The secret behind cooking duck beautifully is making sure you take it out of the fridge 10 minutes before you go to cook it. The actual breast starts to relax, it gets up to room temperature and is not too firm. You don't want that duck ice cold in the middle, otherwise it'll never cook evenly. So roll that round. And then I just want to show you, I've left on this little thing here. This is the fillet, just like a little tender on a chicken. That protects the duck as well, so leave that on there and I'll show you later why. But as that salt penetrates inside that fat, what happens? It starts to open up all those pores, extract the moisture out, and it gets the skin even more crispier. Leave that literally sat in its seasoning for 2 minutes before you start cooking it. Cast iron pan. Why? For me, not only does it hold all the heat, but it just prevents the duck from overcooking. Tongs. No butter, no fat in there, because I've got all my fat sat on top of that breast. The secret now is to render that down, cook it skin side down for 90% of the time, and let it rest skin side down. Lift up the duck, mop up all the seasoning, and it goes into a dry, hot pan. And instantly, you'll see that amazing duck fat releasing from that beautiful breast into the pan. These little extra bits of fat, I'm also going to put in there because I want to start rendering that down. Super expensive, but amazing for roasting potatoes, soaking vegetables in. So render that fat down, and look, instantly you'll start seeing the duck breast tighten up. We're going to sear the duck, both sides. Turn that over. You can see now why it's so important to cook it fat side down. But first, we have to sear in the duck. It's a literal 30-second season all around. That locks in that flavor, but more importantly, it tenses everything up and protects the flavor inside. Top and bottom. And then look, this is almost starting to melt beautifully, and that's starting to create that little pool of duck fat. I'm gonna roll that round in. That's why we don't add olive oil, we don't put butter in there. We use the natural, incredible flavor from that duck fat to cook it, but more importantly, implement even more flavor. Skin go nice and crispy. Again, a gentle sear around the outside. As the duck breast cooks, that fat melts, and we've got like 2 or 3 tablespoons of magic, I call it, because it's great for soaking vegetables in, and also, more importantly, amazing for soaking, mushrooms in. Duck fat, beautiful. Now, I've locked in that beautiful flavor. The duck is seared. That crisscross now is starting to open up, getting even more crispier. So turn that over, fat side down. A little bit of thyme in there. A little bit of garlic in there. And I don't like chopping the garlic, I just like peeling the sort of cloves and then just lightly crushing the garlic. Back of the knife, garlic in. Now, we're starting to get a lot of flavor inside that pan. Check the color, beautiful. Don't put it in the oven, that way up. It needs to be turned over. I'm now starting to cover the breast with all those aromatics, the garlic, the thyme, and look, its own fat. It's like putting a duck scratching on top of the duck breast. That goes in the oven, 10 minutes, fat side down, 375, 10 minutes. That sits in there, that fat renders, and then it melts all that incredible flavor, but it keeps that duck breast nice and moist. And the secret now is to let it cook for 8 to 10 minutes, take it out, let it rest for 8 to 10 minutes. Whilst that's in the oven, start with the endive. It's a Belgian endive. This is a radicchio, the red endive, and you have that beautiful yellow endive. It's an amazing, bitter-sweet garnish for the duck. Trim off the stalks, but I want to keep it whole, okay? Once you've trimmed the stalks, just lightly peel off the edges. I want to keep them nice and intact. I always see this endive majority of the time inside a salad. For me, it's a waste. They're bitter, they're sort of crunchy, but they don't really taste of anything. They look better than they taste. Cooking these things, roasting them, the flavor is extraordinary. Set the endive and slice it in half, open it up. The beauty behind these, beautiful. Look, it's robust. Now, here's the exciting thing about these. They're bitter, okay? So you need to be super careful how you cook these. And for me, again, non-stick pan on. I'm gonna season them with salt and a touch of sugar. Now, the salt and the sugar extracts the bitterness, but I'm not gonna use granulated sugar. I'm gonna use powdered sugar. And we just lightly dust over those radicchio. What happens now is that I start to sort of marinate the endive. And what happens, it starts to, we say, bleed. And bleed basically means where it literally starts to almost pull out that bitterness. Just put a little spoon in there. Again, turn them over. Because what happens now, the salt and the sugar start to react. And it's a really nice way of getting rid of that bitterness. So when we caramelize these in the pan, the flavor is incredible. Now, I'm doing it with red endive. You can do it with the beautiful yellow endive. But red for me, it's a bit richer. It's a little bit zingy, but they hold together as well. Now, from there, generous. So we've got the salt and the sugar, okay? And here's where the endive turn up to a different level. Drizzle a little aged balsamic vinegar over. Now, what does that do? That then starts to bring this nice, sweet, soury flavor into the endive. Once you've had this in a salad, you think it tastes good. once you've had these beautifully sauteed with a duck, I'm telling you, it's mind-blowing. It's so beautiful. The crunch, the flavor. And look, I'm gonna finish that with a touch of my orange zested salt. Think about the combinations. We've got the endive, we've got the duck, the cherries, and the orange. That's just the combination that's been running around for years. Non-stick pan. And the secret now is to saute those endives. As it sits there, you'll see a little bit of liquid coming out of it. That's a great sign. That means all that bitterness has been extracted, and then it's time to start caramelizing. A touch of olive oil. Roll that round. And then literally into the pan they go. Make sure you roll all that beautiful marinade round in. I want to hear that noise. That is going to caramelize them and get that beautiful color on there. I want to hear that hiss. You've got control, but more importantly, all that bitterness is gone, and we leave them in there for 60 seconds before we turn them. You turn them over, they look like you've just caramelized a beautiful top of a creme brulee. Beautiful. Touch more powdered sugar. What I'm trying to do now is form that caramel. And so when you're caramelizing endive like this, honestly, think of the end. Think of the duck and think what's going to happen to that richness. The bitterness is gone, but I'm almost making like a sort of sweet and sour caramel based on that amazing flavor inside those endive. Now, let's have a look. Turn them over. Beautiful. Oh my Lord. They are breathtaking. I've got rid of that bitterness, okay? I've got that caramelization taking place now. What I want to do is squeeze some fresh orange juice in there and start sort of almost like braising them down. The orange juice will start to sort of almost help finish off the cooking. They wilt really easily. Squeeze the orange juice in. Beautiful. And then once that orange juice is caramelized, reduce just 2 tablespoons of stock and just let them sit there and almost reduce down. As the endive evaporate that stock, it just gets richer, more plump, but the flavor of that bitterness disappears and that caramel takes over. You've got that nice sweet and sour flavor. It's such a beautiful way of cooking endive. Before they come off the heat, take your orange and then just zest over that fresh orange. Beautiful. Zest in. And then just a touch of my seasoning over there and take them and let them sit. Now, duck breast out. Woo. Beautiful. Duck is out. Let that sit and rest beautifully. Drain off the pan. Once the duck rests, it's really important to let it sit there for a bit. Had that intense heat, literally for 8 minutes, and it's got to rest now for as long as it cooked. You don't eat duck piping hot, because the minute you slice it, it's going to burst open. Let it rest, let it reabsorb into itself, and it needs to relax now. Now, a little wipe out of the pan. Don't wash that pan, because all that flavor, that spice, is in the bottom of that pan. We're going to deglaze that pan with some honey. And this is where that nice caramelized effect takes place. A couple of spoons of honey straight into the bottom of that pan. And I want to get that honey nice and dark now. So remember what's in there, that 5 spice, the garlic and the thyme. Get it in. 2 nice teaspoons of honey. From there, get it almost to caramel. And it's like a spicy caramel now because you can smell that beautiful flavor. After that, deglaze that with red wine vinegar. Take it to the caramel stage, vinegar in. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now we got the acid and that wonderful sort of spicy, acidic, caramelized honey flavor. Reduce that down to a syrup. We say syrup because it gives strength and body to the sauce. Roll it round. And the flavor in there already is incredible. Once you reduce that down to a syrup, you can see it's a nice, rich, beautiful syrup. Smells incredible. After that, chicken stock. Literally 3 tablespoons of chicken stock. In. And you bring that back up to the boil. It's not a sauce, it's a glaze. So we're not making duck stock for 4 hours. It's just a beautiful glaze that goes wonderful with that amazing duck. Now, once that chicken stock has evaporated, it's gone to an even darker, rich, beautiful caramel, soy sauce. Soy sauce is going to give that saltiness into the sauce. Bring that up to the boil, reduce that down again for 30 seconds, and then we'll add our cherries in there. Now, duck's resting, endive's resting, sauce is coming to the boil. Pan on for the spinach. Now, think of the composition of the dish. The duck's the hero. The salty, sweety cherry flavor is going to give it that beautiful glaze, but the endive, and then the spinach. The spinach is going to give it that nice sort of groundy, earthy, zinky flavor. It's baby spinach, okay? Beautifully done, picked, and delicious. It's very juicy. The secret behind this is cooking it super quick. So pan on. Keep the pan nice and sort of large. That way we cook it super quick. So spinach, nicely washed. In fact, this baby spinach is not even grown in the ground. It's grown in greenhouses, so they pick it. Don't take off those stalks, okay? Leave them. They're so full of flavor. The amount of times I see chefs picking that off and leaving that. That's the money there. Look what's happening to the glaze now. Just want to get a spoon and just check. That's beautiful. Yeah, it's caramelized. Doesn't need salt, doesn't need pepper. I've got the spice in there. What to do now? Take my cherries and just sprinkle the cherries over that glaze. These are fresh cherries. They've been pipped and stones removed. I just want them in there at the end. That nice, fresh cherry flavor. Roll the glaze over the cherries. And it's got that beautiful sheen. It's a little bit sweet and sour, but it's got that depth. That soy sauce has given it that nice, dark, rich flavor, but they're spicy. Let that sit off the heat and almost let those cherries stew in that beautiful glaze. Now for the spinach. So when you cook spinach, for me, you've got 30 seconds because it reduces down to nothing. Cook it naturally and don't squeeze the hell out of it. The amount of times I see chefs squeezing all the juice out of the spinach, the cloth's bright green, the flavor's gone, and it's just got this, it looks like rabbit food. Let it sit naturally. Pan super hot before you start. Garlic and shallots, they go in after. We start off with a teaspoon of oil. Roll that round. Season the pan first. Salt. Handful of spinach. In. Season the top of the spinach. And then literally count to 10. You'll see this disintegrate rapidly. Once we got to 10, shallots sprinkle over the top, literally in. A touch of garlic over, just a hint. And then watch what happens. It just disappears to nothing. Roll it round, give it a little toss, and you'll see that breaking down literally in seconds. Beautiful. It's the fastest, it's the quickest way of cooking spinach, and one of the tastiest. Get those shallots and garlic in there early, you're gonna burn them. Spinach in first, shallots, garlic after. Now it's coming down, look. See, every turn it's just wilting away. I want texture in my spinach, I don't want it overcooked. And so look, now, that's the point where it comes out. It's beautifully sauteed, comes out, and literally just sits there. Stalks as well. Color's been retained. It's not gonna get squeezed out of anything. It's gonna sit there and just that as a side, as an accompaniment for any dish is beautiful. Really, seriously, never cook spinach any longer than 30 seconds. Now for the plating. This is your canvas. So I'm against food on the side of the plate, at the top of the plate, at the bottom of the plate. Use the length and breadth of the plate and let the food shine. Look at the endive. I'm gonna roll them round that juice and literally sit that on. It's got that caramel, orangey, zesty flavor. You smell them and you think it's Thanksgiving or Christmas. It's that magical. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. Onto the plate. I like to serve 1.5 endive on. Beautiful. The colors pop, but the texture is incredible. On. And then I'm going to take that sort of glaze and just go over each one with its resting juices. Why not? Why send that away? That's my beautiful point. That's the 12 o'clock mark, top of my plate. Spinach next. Again, I'm gonna lift that spinach up and let it sit beautifully just in the center of the plate. It looks so green, it's luscious, and it's got that wonderful sort of freshness to it. And now for the duck. This is rested. You can see, and just listen to this. Crispy. But look, I turn it over. I take off my little fillet. That's my little tender. I sit that on top of my spinach. That gives my little bed, my bedrock. Now, when we slice duck, we don't slice it 15, 16 times, 3 or 4. Slice duck too thin, the goodness is gone. Slice it nice and thick, you identify how beautiful that is. Again, I'm gonna slice the little end off first and check the temperature. Beautiful. And then come in at an angle, holding the duck together. From there, turn that over and sit that on top of that little beautiful bit. Now, you can see that fat is rendered. You can see it's nice and pink. And then the glaze, the bit that everybody wants. Take a spoon of the cherries, ladle round. And again, I want a nice, even distribution of the cherries. They've sort of steamed in that sauce. And then finally, I'm gonna go over with a touch of that sort of caramel. Hit it on top. And then finally, get that orange zest. Take that orange salt and go in between those beautiful slices of duck and literally sit it inside. And there we have maybe one of the most daunting, but let me tell you, one of the most delicious duck dishes you can ever cook. Pan-seared duck breast, seasoned with Chinese spice, finished with a beautiful cherry glaze and roasted red endive. I learned to master my mashed potatoes in Paris. Back in those days, unfortunately, they were sort of 6% butter and 40% potato. Today, they're going to be 90% potato and 10% butter and cream. The secret behind any great mash is in the waxy potato because they hold the most amazing amount of cream and butter. And the secret behind these is making them light and fluffy, but rich at the same time. So these are Yukon Gold potatoes, peeled, but not rinsed under lots of water. I want the starch. The starch gives me the depth and the richness of that mashed potato. The most important thing is always find the most waxiest, richest potato you can ever get. First off, you need to cut them into dice. Why? Because the secret of making a great mashed potato is in the cut of the potato. So, best thing first, slice them down across, in, and into 4. Now, take each piece, a nice small dice. The secret behind the small dice is that they cook quickly. So it's almost like sort of cutting fries first, but they need to be evenly cut. If they're not evenly cut, trust me, you can overcook the potato, which sounds a bit bizarre. How can you overcook a mash? Well, you can, because the small bits get all furry and it makes the mashed potatoes incredibly watery. So a nice dice, when you slice a large dice, use a large knife. Hold the handle firmly and let the knife do the work. Down and open up. These 2 bits together into 3. Turn it round into a nice dice. Now, you can see they're evenly matched. That means they're going to cook evenly. That's super important. Again, into 3. And then back up. Now, from there, evenly done. Potatoes into a pan, literally in, nicely seasoned in, and then cold water, crucial. On. Now, you always start potatoes in cold water. If you start them in hot water, it creates this sort of unwanted furriness on the texture of the potato on the outside. Salt, water in, and you just cover them with water. And then lid on. I like to use the glass lids because I can see how quick it's boiling. And you bring that up to the boil rapidly. From there, you turn it down and let it simmer. If we rapidly boil the potatoes for mashed potatoes, what happens is the outside of the potato overcooks. By the time the potato's cooked in the center, the outside of that potato is really watery. If your basic potato is watery, I can guarantee you that your mashed potatoes will be watery. I've kept the starch in there, I've cut them evenly, and I've just covered them with water. Up to the boil, turn down the gas, and let them simmer for about 7 or 8 minutes. The seasoning. Too many times I see cold cream and butter going into the pan together and then into the potatoes. The best thing to do first is get your seasoning up to point. Pan on, double cream in, generous with the cream, salt, pepper, a beautiful bay leaf. That makes the cream somewhat fragrant. From there, some garlic. Again, cloves of garlic. Generous on the garlic, but I want the garlic cooked out. I don't want raw garlic in the mashed potatoes, so peel the garlic onto the board and just crush the garlic and let that flavor the cream. Again, crushed. I like to use the young garlic, which is the tiny little cloves of garlic, a lot sweeter, less harsh, and not so acidic. Again, on. Now, from there, a touch of nutmeg. We season that cream. So think what's going on there now. It's got that beautiful fragrance of the thyme, the bay leaf, and then that lovely nutmeg. I'm going to reduce that down for 3 minutes, and that will create the essence of my mashed potato. It's going to give it its richness. If I put cold cream in and cold butter in at the end, it will turn it very watery. I want some strength in these mashed potatoes, and the seasoning in this cream is paramount. Bring it up to the boil, let all that garlic and thyme infuse, pass it through a sieve. I've got this magical, almost like varnish to finish my mashed potatoes with. Swap them out. Now that cream's coming up to the boil. Reduce that down. I'm going to finish the top of my mashed potatoes with these scallions and fresh chives. Now, bunch them up. Again, 1 finger in front, 2 behind. Let the knife do the work. I want a nice sort of shaving of scallion. You know, it's from the chive and onion family, and so the finishing on top of the mashed potatoes, these beautiful scallions, beautiful. I like slicing them super fine, so it really does give it that nice sort of hint of onion on top. I'm going to finish it with the scallions running through the center and some on top. Now, beautifully sliced. Now my potatoes are coming to the boil. Really important now to turn that down. Turn that down and let them cook gently. Sounds a bit bizarre, doesn't it? Cooking potatoes gently, because I don't want them to overcook on the outside. I treat my mashed potatoes like I'm making a risotto. There's never ever two mash or risottos the same. And it's all about the temperature and controlling the gas to make sure it's cooking nice and slowly, not boiling rapidly, nice and slowly. Scallions chopped. Let's show you the potatoes. So you see how they're changing color already, cooking nicely. And there's no furnace around the outside, so therefore they're cooking nice and evenly, nice and slow. My cream is coming down. That's nice and rich, so I can leave that off now. Chives, bunch them up nicely. And again, razor sharp knife. The most important thing about cutting chives is making sure that we don't hack them. Let the knife do the work. And when we remove those chives from the board, I don't want all the green and the flavor on the board. I want the flavor left inside the chives. A nice scattering of freshly cut chives on top is beautiful. And look, not a mark on the board, no green there. Lift them up. I'm going to finish. Beautiful. Great. Now, inside there, get a spoon and taste that cream. Really important. That is delicious. Touch more salt, pepper. And think about what you're doing. We're flavoring the cream. The garlic's cooked, the thyme's perfumed. Now I want to get that out, pass through a sieve, and ready to finish off the mashed potatoes. So, strain that through. So now you've got your flavored cream. Like I said, I've got thyme, bay leaf, and garlic. If you want to do a beautiful basil flavored cream, fresh basil in there. Parsley, again, infuse the cream with the parsley. Take the back of your spoon and run that beautiful cooked garlic through that sieve. See all that flavor. So the garlic's cooked and it's almost like a sort of garlic puree. And look, clean the back of the spoon and then literally just scrape that down into your cream. So that's my flavored cream. So that's the magic. You've got no idea how many times I've seen cold cream go into mashed potatoes and everyone's wondering, why is this bland? But that beautiful, rich, flavored cream is delicious. Smells of cooked garlic, flavored with that thyme, that bay leaf gives it that nice sort of freshness. The nutmeg just brings the potatoes to life. Basil's beautiful. I tend to use a basil mashed potato if I'm using fish. If I'm going red meat, then I'll use a more robust mashed potatoes with the garlic and the thyme. But parsley is beautiful as well. And sometimes the parsley taints the cream a light green. And so when you finish those mashed potatoes with that flavored cream, it just lifts it to high heaven, and it's just beautiful. So potatoes, 2 minutes from cooking, cream ready, cold butter ready. That cream is paramount. It is essential to flavor that cream and make those mashed potatoes really fragrant. Check the potatoes. Again, lift them up. I like to get one little dice out, put that on my board, and just use the back of the spoon and see if it melts and squashes down, and it does. Look. 30 more seconds. When I teach my young chefs how to cook a perfect mash, this is exactly what I do. And when I explain to them that you can overcook a mashed potato, they look at me like I'm some madman. You can. There is a perfect time of that potato to be cooked perfectly. So as you drain them, let them steam, which makes the mashed potato fluffy, and then once they're fluffy, you can incorporate as much as you want throughout those mash. One more little check. They're ready. Now to drain them. Drain them. You know, every chef has their favorite way of making mash. Drain them like that. And then back into the pan. Back on to a low heat. A light seasoning again, lightly season them. And then steam them. This makes the mash fluffy, okay? It's almost like coming out of the swimming pool. You just want to dry off and just dry my potatoes a little bit, steaming them. The more fluffier I get these potatoes now, the more lighter and creamier they're gonna taste. Put them through the ricer immediately, it'll be soaking wet, so just dry them off a little bit. You can see, we're steaming them. It's a great way of making roast potatoes as well, by the way. I like to part blanch my potatoes and then steam them and then roast them. Blanch them for literally 3 minutes in boiling water, take them out, let them steam so the outsides go fluffy, and then roast them quickly so they got blistered steaming on the outside. Incredible. Nice. And now look, I've steamed them. Now, through the ricer. So, this is our ricer. It's like a little pot, these holes there. They are so easy to find. You know, if you haven't got one, then it's hard to get those mashed potatoes super fine. A great tammy, i.e. a sieve, is an alternative. Or if you can't find any of those, then yeah, a crusher. But just crush the potatoes, you'll never get them fine. We open them up and we literally lift those potatoes. The hotter you do this, I promise you, the fluffier they'll become. And then push through that ricer. Now, the secret is not to let these go cold. Once you push them through like this, you get a free facial at the same time. But look how nice and light and fluffy that is. That's the base of my perfect mash. These potatoes have been seasoned, brought up from cold water. It's that magical moment where you'll never get again from a potato. You know, it hasn't gone past its overcooked stage. They're not watery. And look, I'm so grateful for years of making the most amazing mashed potatoes. Look at the result. Look at those babies. Come on, seriously? Pushing through there. Now I've got that nice, light, fluffy texture. Now, that's my base. That's light, it's fluffy, and it smells incredible. Now, to start finishing the mashed potato, take a beautiful plastic scraper. Look how fine that is. It's super fine, still very starchy. Now, I'm gonna start adding my flavoring. Touch of cream in there. 1/3 of it in, mix it in. And I don't want it getting too sort of wet. I want it nice and fluffy. But look at the color of it. Look how fine it is. Now I've incorporated that. I'm gonna go in again, touch more cream. And this is where the mashed potato take on a completely different level. That cream is rich, flavored, lightly scented with garlic. And then, look, I've got the heat in the potatoes still. It's taking more and more cream, but I get a little bit faster now and I start whipping those potatoes so I get a little bit of air into them. And it's just reaching a really nice, smooth texture. I don't need to season it. Remember, the potatoes are seasoned, the cream is seasoned, it's flavored. But look, it's a beautiful, creamy dollop, but it's light. I've got that airiness in there. Touch more cream, 2 more tablespoons in, and then work that in. Now, I want a nice light texture of fluffy mashed potatoes. And so I'm starting to whip that in. And look, just cascading down into my bowl. Now, light and fluffy. A final little hint of butter. 1, 2, and then we vigorously whip that in there now. And it's still nice and warm. As the butter melts, look, this whole thing gets shinier and should just drip off the spatula. Beautiful. Now, to finish it, sprinkle my scallions in. I don't want them to bruise, okay? That scallion sits and sort of starts to melt and marinate inside. Just fold them in. Like I said, whether it's basil mashed potatoes, parsley mashed potatoes, or even these scallions, look, they go in at the end. It gives my mashed potato the crunch. And now chives go at the end. Look. Oh boy. Beautiful. And then just very carefully spoon that in. And look, it's so fluffy. It's like pillows of this incredibly rich, fragrant mashed potatoes. These scallions have given it that nice sort of light, onion, beautiful flavor. And then sprinkle with your fresh chives at the end. But do it from a height so you've got that nice even distribution of chives. And then, you know, that looks beautiful, right? But I'm not done. Got my cream, my butter, and I just need just a tiny little drizzle, and I mean tiny, extra virgin olive oil. That is a mashed potato fit for a king. Beautiful. Cauliflower, come on, this has to be the ugly duckling of the veg patch. It's the bit that nobody wants. Grandma gave you cauliflower mornay. Mum will give you cauliflower soup. I'm gonna turn this into the most amazing vegetarian dish. I'm gonna cut it into steaks, marinate it, roast it, and top it with the most amazing, almost like a fresh garden. This has to be my favorite way of cooking a cauliflower. I started putting this dish together with 3 very fussy daughters that didn't want fish or meat, they wanted vegetables. So I had to bow down to their demands. And this literally has taken on a league of its own because it is super delicious. First thing, square it up, keep it nice and flat. When you cut off that base, when you have a large vegetable this big, always secure the base first. Never slice anything that's wobbling, whether it's a butternut squash, a pumpkin. Secure the base. That way, your slicing is so much more accurate. Now, from there, gauge the circumference, trim off the sides, and then start slicing the steak. I say the word steak because it literally comes out like a beautiful slab of cauliflower, and that's the essence of keeping that root together. And that stops this cauliflower from disintegrating and falling apart, especially in the cooking process. Now, slice it, but get the knife slightly wet. And the secret here is if the knife's nice and wet, it will slice through the cauliflower. With 2 nice steaks. 1, first off, trim the end. And that's where that word steak comes off there. this trim here. Keep those bits for the most amazing soup, salad. One nice slice through the top. Wet the knife. You'll see that ease through the cauliflower. Look at the distance. If they're evenly sliced, they're going to evenly cook. Even with a cauliflower, that whole sort of understanding across fish, meat, vegetables is exactly the same process. Evenly cut, evenly cooked. Push through, fingers on. Let the knife do the work. And look, these two beautiful, really nice steaks of cauliflower. Now, the marinade. Olive oil onto your tray. I'm using the most amazing blended harissa, and that's gonna sort of give it that nice Middle Eastern sort of fragrance. Rub the cauliflowers in, and then do the same on top. I don't want you worrying about those stems, those roots. Once they're roasted, they're so full of flavor. It's extraordinary. Again, lightly with that harissa. Now, get that pan piping hot. Roll around very carefully the tops of this cauliflower. That harissa is a very strong, fragrant spice, but it's got a really nice sweetness to it. It's not too aggressive. Olive oil in. Get that oil nice and hot. We're gonna get the steak in there and beautifully sear that in. Beautiful. Rub all those spices in, and then literally everything into there. Now, color them, both sides, for about 90 seconds. I want to burn off that amazing harissa. It's almost like toasting those spices, but I want color on there because 90 seconds, flip it over, and then a little bit of butter, vegetable stock, and into the oven it braises. Now, gently turn that over. Look at that. It's not even cooked yet, but it looks so beautiful. In. And that spice, oh boy, smells incredible. So, I want to add some richness to this cauliflower. A couple of little knobs of butter in, down to the sides. I'll tell you why. I want this sort of beurre noisette, this nut brown butter flavor, almost like a sort of a caramelized hazelnut. And that flavor with those spices across the top and breadth of those cauliflowers is just delicious. Melt the butter, wait till it goes nice and brown. You can see the butter browning up at the end. And look, I want to baste. Oh boy, the smell is incredible. It's almost like I'm basting a steak or a piece of fish. You've got to give the cauliflower that much love. Give it that much love now, trust me, the end result is breathtaking. In. Beautifully done. Spicy, aromatic, and the smells. I know you can't smell it from where you are, but just look at the color and the texture. Now, once that butter's frothing, vegetable stock. We're gonna pour that vegetable stock in, and that is gonna start braising my beautiful cauliflower. Bring that up to the boil. Really important you bring it up to the boil before you put it in the oven. If I was to put that in the oven now, and that vegetable stock is cold, it turns the underneath the cauliflower gray. Give it the temperature it deserves. Bring it up to the boil. Once that stock is boiling, we retain the color. And then that goes in the oven at 325 for 8 to 10 minutes. In she goes. 325, 8 minutes. Now, the garnish. I'm gonna take this down a bit of a Mediterranean route now and turn it into like a niçoise. Fresh Kalamata olives, black and green, and then saute the most amazing porcini, fresh steps. Pan on. super hot. Now I'm using the most amazing porcini. You can use a sort of strong chanterelle. This dish needs a bit of help. You know, mushrooms, again, in season, incredible. I'd rather use a little bit more expense in buying the mushrooms of a better quality than just a plain old flat cap. But this, as a dish, is amazing because these Italian ceps just make the dish incredibly. So don't slice them too thinly. I don't want them to disintegrate. And, you know, ceps have that nice, rich, sort of nutty, woody flavor. They are beautiful, really beautiful. Keep them nice and rustic. Alongside that, a little bit of shallot. Now, the dish is rustic, so we keep all the garnishes rustic. No finely chopped this, finely chopped that. It's just a really nice way of putting this dish together. Shallot in half, fingers nicely tightly done, and sliced. Again. Slice all the way down. Beautiful. We saute the ceps first. Pan, nice and hot. Olive oil, piping hot. Mushrooms in. Give them some plenty color. Really important. Again, seasoning. Salt, pepper. Open the grain of pepper up. I want to taste that nice sort of hot mushroom, beautifully seasoned. You know, sometimes when you're putting a fine pepper, it burns. Open up that grain, it gives that really nice, hot, peppery flavor to the porcini. Amazing. Beautifully sauteed. Get some color on there now. Whilst they're roasting, start slicing your olives in half. So these are beautiful little pitted olives, and they're so fresh. I always say the younger the olive, the sweeter it is. And so I'm a firm believer in sort of getting things at its beautiful, natural part. Slice them in half. Same as my little black olives. These are olive niçoise. These are super soft. Some of them don't even need cutting. Beautiful. Now, touch of oil in there. Ceps or porcini in Italy, they absorb olive oil, so don't give it too much oil to begin with. So just add a little touch of oil every time. But the nice thing about these ceps, look, the color is incredible. It's a really strong mushroom, but it needs a strong color as well. Otherwise, you're not maximizing the flavor. Olives in. I'm gonna finish that with my lemon zest. Think what's happening here. I've got this nice Meyer lemon, and I roll it, turn it, roll it, turn it, roll it, turn it, save some for on top, zest, lemon juice over, and finishing it with the most amazing fresh olive oil, lemon juice in, fresh olive oil in. Look at the color of those mushrooms. But look, have a look at this. Oh, Lordy. Look what's happening. Look, cauliflower mushrooms, got that synergy. You've got that beautiful roasted texture, that harissa spiced cauliflower. Little knife goes in, and it's just a little bit resistant. So it's about 3 or 4 minutes away, nice and soft there. There's just a little bit of a kickback, so it's just about 2 minutes away. Now, back in she goes. Mushrooms. I've got the color on the mushrooms now. In goes the shallots. But shred them, open them up. I want those nice caramelized shards of shallot. I much prefer using shallots than the onions because they're so much more sweeter, and it really does complement the actual flavor of the cep. Now look at that. Got my color, garlic. Here's the exciting part. Take little cloves of garlic, okay? and just slice them nice and thinly. Almost like you're sort of looking at little shards. Up. When they're this wafer thin like this, you don't want to slice them like me. Take a microplane and grate them in to the steps. But I love this kind of sort of garlicky flavor, especially with those mushrooms in 2 cloves of garlic, nicely sliced. From there, more color, and I want to caramelize. Caramelize means the color, the caramelization. I don't want to see any whiteness left in those shallots. Really important. Now that I've got the color, I can finish this with a little hint of butter into the middle of the pan. You'll see that butter now giving on that beautiful flavor. Up with the gas. Again, I've got the garlic getting nice and crispy, the shallots caramelizing, and they're beautifully sitting there, ready to absolutely jump on top of that cauliflower. Now, keep the heat in the pan. I want the fragrance over the mushrooms and the shallots. And I also want that nice sort of Mediterranean light feel. When you start looking at the flavor from the zest of a lime, a lemon, a beautiful orange, it does highlight everything you're doing. It multiplies that flavor, but it gives that sweetness and that lightness. And then when you start sauteing that lemon zest over those mushrooms, it just takes on a completely different dimension. Now, I've got my caramelization on the shallots. The mushrooms are beautifully colored. I'm gonna start spooning in my olives. Look. Now, I don't want to cook those olives. I just want them to sort of melt in those mushrooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, and off. Let that sit there. Turn down the gas. But to finish those olives, I want some fragrance. I want some lightness. Get some fresh mint and find the largest leaf and put all the little tiny ones inside that. And then roll that leaf nice and tight like that. This technique, my friend Snoop Dogg showed me. It's a great way of rolling mint. Look what happens. You've got these beautiful fragrant shards of mint. Think of the combination, the mint and the lemon. That then literally goes over. I want it to sit on top of those mushrooms. Mint and fresh steps in Italy, they would kill me because they haven't tasted it yet. But I guarantee when they taste this, they'll be copying me. Cauliflower out. Look at that. Beautiful. Once my mint's in, sprinkle on top my fresh capers. Beautiful. Now, we're ready to plate. Now, the plating. This is the bit that chefs get so excited for. Lift that up very carefully onto your plate. Ooh. Turn that around so you don't carry food over food. Watch. Lift that up. On. Oh boy. And now, that beautiful garnish. The mint marinated those mushrooms. I want to sit my olives and my mushrooms on top. Generously. I want them sort of falling off, cascading. This is a celebration. This is bringing the cauliflower back into the 21st century. Gone is that cauliflower mornay. Gone is that gray boiled cauliflower. And this is a welcome return for the humble cauliflower. Generous with the mushrooms. Get them cascading off because the idea now is to slice that cauliflower steak in half and serve those quarters. Beautiful. Little sprinkle. And then from there, I'm gonna finish that with my olive oil. And then I've got these beautiful, stunning little chive flowers. These are from the top of the chive family. I just want them dotted around, almost like a sort of a royal garden. And it so makes that top of the cauliflower just a little bit spicier. They pack a punch, but they're so gracious. And not only delicious, but they give that nice little sort of extra little heat to this cauliflower. Again, I want them popping like a garden. I want you walking out as if you're a VIP guest to the Chelsea Flower Show. And that helps to finish off that incredible, humble, delicious cauliflower. Now, for the final touch, my lemon, just grated on top. And then finally, I want that acidity running through. We just literally lift that up. And bang. That has to be one of the most gorgeous steaks anywhere in the world. Rack of lamb. This is the ultimate dinner party showstopper. It's glamorous, it hits the table, it's got that wow factor. We're gonna season it, sear it, and then put this beautiful basil crust on it. Enhance the flavor, let it rest, and slice. The most important thing about cooking a rack of lamb, as you can see here, there's hardly any fat. The fat is all along the line of the bones. Inside this nut of meat, it's very lean, so we have to be very careful. This is what they call French trimmed. Your butcher knows how to do it within seconds. It will take you hours to ask for it to be French trimmed. Lightly season it. And I say lightly because we're going to be putting the most amazing, sort of almost like a breadcrumb mixture on the outside, which will be again seasoning. So it's almost like we're seasoning it twice. Salt and pepper. The secret behind cooking lamb, especially of this quality, is in the actual searing. There's hardly any fat in there. This fat is the only fat we've got to keep that lamb nice and moist. So be gentle on the searing. If it's seared too hard on the outside, when we come to slice it, you're going to tear the meat. So it's a gentle sear, super important, a very soft, gentle sear. Pan on, touch of oil in. Don't get the pan too hot. Roll that around. Again, my cast iron pan, 2 reasons. A, I let it rest inside the pan so that residual heat comes up and continues cooking it. But more importantly, it retains the heat and puts a nice flavor onto that lamb. Hold the bones up like that, place it into the pan. The bones are cold, okay? So it's a great way of gripping the lamb and making sure that you get everything seared. Now, the searing process, we have to be super careful, okay? We have to lock in those flavors. Now, the minute it hits the pan, you'll see it it tightens up, which is great. So, look, when I say gentle, I really do mean gentle. Too hard to sear at the beginning, you've got to dry that lamb out. The secret behind any great rack of lamb is in the sear and the resting. Use the bones to get comfortable with the sear, turning it around, searing each end, literally 360 all the way around. Beautiful. Each side, top and bottom. Once we've seared that lamb, we've locked in those flavors. Now, we've got that in there. A little touch of some fresh thyme. I like the thyme sort of lightness. Sometimes rosemary is a great second herb, but thyme goes brilliantly well with lamb. And it's a nice fragrant thyme as well. Touch of butter in. And then a couple of cloves of garlic. You want to hear that little sort of snack crackle and pop. Garlic, lightly crushed in. Now look what's happening to the lamb. Beautiful, fragrant. I'm using that thyme underneath as almost like a little bed to protect my lamb. Butter goes over, garlic, and we'll give them a really nice sear. Now, once you've got the colour on there, in to the oven. One little base, just to sear the back of that loin. And now they go into the oven, 4.5 to 5 minutes at 375. Now this lamb, for me, is all about the lightness. We've got that beautiful herb crust on the outside. There's no lamb jus. There's no red wine sauce to reduce for 4 hours. It's a very fragrant, delicious, exciting lamb. How do I make it even more exciting? You know, mint. Mint lifts lamb. It goes brilliantly well with it. So I'm doing like a really nice, fresh, minted yogurt. I'm going to serve that at the bottom, and the lamb's going to sit adjacent. Now, yogurt. Nice, thick, rich, creamy yogurt. From there, take your mint, and again, find the largest leaf and roll them up. And this lamb, for me, is all about the crust, because I want to keep that nice pink readiness running all the way through it. Mint rolled up, let the knife do the work. Super sharp knife. I don't want to bruise the mint, okay? Bruising it turns it dark and oxidizes the mint. This is a really nice way of shredding mint. Razor sharp knife, and look, I lift that up, turn it around, and chop it. But just chop it once. If I chop it any more than that, I'm going to lose the goodness out. In to the yogurt. Now, a light seasoning, touch of salt, touch of pepper, and the zest of a lemon. Again, scrape and roll, scrape and roll. And that gives it a really nice citrusy, vibrant flavor to the yogurt. It sort of cools down the heat, because in a moment, we'll brush the lamb with mustard and get that incredible crust on there. Now, the secret of this dressing for the lamb, this can all be done ahead of time. You know, the more you get done in advance, the better. Give that a mix up. Touch of lemon juice in there. In, squeeze. Not too much, because I don't want the yogurt to be too runny. I need a bit of substance. Now, this minted yogurt is so light and fragrant. It's a really nice way of eating lamb. Sauce, done. Check on my lamb. Now, look at that. Literally seared gently, and I mean gently. Got the colour. Lamb is still rare, but it's going to come out now. And whilst it's still nice and hot, take your spoon and just brush some of that fragrant butter over there. Now, Don't discard that pan. Keep that pan there. Here's where we're going to put a little bit of heat in to the flavor. Take a brush, and I've got some really nice Dijon mustard. And what happens now is I just get the brush and start brushing my lamb. I do this twice. Once the lamb's nice and hot, what happens is that the actual mustard seeps through inside that lamb and sort of makes it a little richer, gets rid of the gaminess that comes from lamb and lightens up the actual texture. Let that sit for 2 minutes whilst the lamb's nice and warm, and you'll see the mustard sort of disappears. It almost soaks through and gives that nice little gentle heat into the center of the lamb. But with the crust on the outside, it sort of then starts to take on its own identity. But the mustard works beautifully, especially with the breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs. Fresh breadcrumbs into the mixture. From there, fresh basil. Don't worry about cutting this up, because you'll see why in a minute. Fresh basil, parsley, that gives it a really nice dark green color. Touch of Parmesan. And what happens now is the Parmesan helps to season the breadcrumbs, but as it bakes in the oven, the crust stays on the lamb. Nothing falls off, and it's coated. So that crust gets super melted, and that helps stick to the side of the lamb. On with the lid, and then just pulsate, and then turn it on. Little shake. Now, off. Already that smell in there. Taste it, really important. A bit more cheese. And this is why, for me, the secret of these dinner parties is getting super close to your ingredients. Don't just follow a recipe. Dive into it. Taste it every step of the way. And you'll see the difference in the end results. Now, these breadcrumbs can be made literally a week in advance. And we're using them for lamb on top of chicken, fish, beautifully done. Pulse. Off. Tap. Lift out. Now, look. They smell incredible, but the color is amazing. The nice thing about these breadcrumbs is that they can be done literally 2 or 3 days in advance. We're using them for lamb, but honestly, breading a beautiful chicken breast, even breading roasted cod, these crumbs just elevate that whole protein. Fragrant, delicious, and so versatile. I've even roasted scallops and finished them with those beautiful fragrant breadcrumbs on top. Now, lamb has rested. I'm gonna take my brush again and literally brush around the lamb, very carefully this time, the second time. It's almost like putting a little coat of varnish on there. Again, in, and from there, take a tray, lightly sprinkle your crumbs on there. Generously, okay? A little shake. Take your lamb by the bones. Roll your sides and then coat inside. Shake off any excess. Why? I don't want any lamb burning. But look at the color of that lamb now. Now we know that lamb is still rare in the middle. And that mustard has steeped into the center. So gently dab that down. Let's do the other one, shall we? Same again. Set it on and back in. Sides. And not only is it a way of enhancing the flavor of the lamb, but it gives a really nice, fresh dimension. The crust will caramelize in the oven. It will protect the lamb, would you believe? And more importantly, it will give this nice aromatic flavor to that rich, silky, delicious taste you get from the rack of lamb. And here's the other thing. Inside that cannon, there's no fat. So this beautiful crust on the outside with that Parmesan cheese, the basil, the parsley, and those breadcrumbs creates that nice little coating that sits brilliantly with that richness of the lamb. Now, some foil. I'm going to put that back into my pan. I want this to be a little sort of, almost like a cushion for my lamb. I don't want the direct heat overcooking the lamb. Shake off any excess, sit that in, bones up, double check I've seared it in, and then let them rest against the side. A little bit of foil onto the bones, and it just stops them from catching. Okay, we've upped the ante now in the temperature, so I want to keep those bones nice and clean. A little bit of foil, easy to lift out. Now, they go back into the oven for another 6 minutes. This time, I'm going to crank up the heat to 395, and that will lock in that crust and set on the outside of my lamb. You can take it to this stage with a crust on there. Guests sit down, serve the appetizer. When those plates are cleared, lamb goes back into the oven. So this thing is done in stages in a way that it perfects the dinner party. You're not stressed out. And for me, the secret behind any great dinner party, you've got to enjoy yourself as well. So get this stuff done the day before. And literally on the afternoon before the dinner party, you can sear the lamb off, take it to this stage, leave it out at room temperature, back in the oven for 6 minutes. Now, vegetables. I've got my Thumbelina carrots. These are beautifully tailor-made carrots, and they're like little teardrops. They're so beautiful, so clean, so fresh. Carrots, turnips, and new potatoes. These are old boiled new potatoes that have been cut in half. They've been boiled for 6.5, 7 minutes, left to cool down in the water so they get really nice and starchy. We're going to caramelize the carrots and caramelize the turnips. The flavor of the carrots and the turnips together is incredible because you've got the earthiness from the turnips and that sort of sweetness from the carrots. Hot pan. Oil in. First off, literally, cinnamon into the pan, star anise into the pan, lightly season that. What I'd like to do now is start to make a sort of salted caramel. Why? Carrots are naturally sweet, turnips got that earthy flavor. Combine them both, it's mind-blowing. Literally, a teaspoon of honey in. Bring that to a caramel. I'm gonna roll my carrots in first, and then my turnips. Oh boy. So look, I'm starting to make that caramel. In go the carrots. Beautiful. Touch of seasoning. A little hint of garlic. That star anise lightens the load for these vegetables. It sort of gives it that nice sort of aniseed-y, almost like they've been doused in Pernod. It's got that really nice fragrant touch to it. And now, in my turnips. And what I want to do now with these turnips is almost sort of caramelize them, scorch them, roast them. Now, again, it's a great way of cooking vegetables for a dinner party because literally 3 or 4 hours before your guests come, they're blanched in boiling water for 2.5 minutes, taken out, and they're shocked in ice water. Out of there, they're drained and they're just left half cooked like this, and you finish them in the pan beautifully. Now, Carrots, turnips, caramelizing. Once that caramel goes nice and dark, then we'll hit it with a touch of butter and then a tablespoon of stock, and that'll help caramelize them and braise them at the same time. New potatoes. Beautiful non-stick pan. Potatoes have been sliced in half, and literally all we do is sit them down. So they sort of almost become like a sauté potato. It's the method I use all the time, especially after a big Sunday lunch with the family. It's the kind of thing that I love. Keep it in the fridge for 3 or 4 days. And it's a great way of using leftover potatoes. Amazing. Salt, pepper. And I'm gonna leave them that side down now so they get really nicely sauteed. Now, look at that caramel. Look what's happening to my turnips. They're taking on the color, they're glazing beautifully. And it's like a sort of, it's like a toffee apple. That honey's caramelized with the salt. A little bit of butter in there now. And you'll see the colors take on that incredible glaze. Beautiful. Once that butter froths up, hit that then with a couple of tablespoons of stock. And how do I get guests excited about just another carrot or just another turnip? Do something magical with them, caramelizing them and putting them through that sort of braising aspect and not flooding the pan and making sure that it's a little bit different to what they've seen before and tasted is really important. Now look at them, beautiful. I want them glazing who just sat in that star anise and cinnamon, and it's a beautiful contrast. Now potatoes, once we've got the color, turn them over. You can see you've got that nice crispy outside. The potatoes are cooked, by the way. These are leftover new potatoes sliced in half. 1 minute you could be sat eating them with minted butter. Next minute you could be sauteing them. Touch of butter, small amount in there, and that will just help finish that saute. Beautiful. Nice. Right, lamb. Out to rest. Really important. Beautiful. And look, got that beautiful crust. And that's just nice and pink. As it sits there for 2 minutes resting before we slice it, it's gonna relax. If I had to slice that right now, honestly, it's the worst thing I can do to that lamb. Slice it piping hot. Brace yourself, pace yourself, top up the wine, and get organized. If you rest the lamb, the flavor is mind-blowing. If you slice it too hot, you've lost the magical moment. Now when we come to dress, plate. First on, your minted yogurt. 6 o'clock on the plate. Take a little spatula and literally just spread that over. And that just gives it that little sort of brush. Now from there, your turnips. Look at the color of these. They're glazed. I'm gonna go turnip, carrot, turnip, and finish with another carrot. So beautiful. Give me that beautiful star anise. I've cooked with that. And then literally the fragrance. Beautifully done. Glaze them nicely. From there, potatoes. Generous with these sauté potatoes. They're crisp. They are incredibly silky, but packed with flavor. Now, the magical moment. The lamb, slide off the foil, a little sharpen with a knife. Literally 1, 2, 3. We don't slice on the outside of the bone, we go in the inside. That way we get 3 nice, beautiful, even lamb chops. Let the knife do the work, come in and punch through. Beautifully done. And look, it's got that beautiful bright green sheen. The lamb has rested. Through, and look, beautiful. I mean, really beautiful. On. Number 1. Number 2. And go on. Get that third one on there. And then you sliced and exposed that lamb, touch of seasoning inside, and literally hit the center. It's rested, it's beautiful, it's still nice and warm. That is a stunning rack of lamb with caramelized turnips, carrots, sauteed potatoes, and a fragrant herb crust. Eggplant, one of the most exciting vegetables on the planet. Now, it does look somewhat daunting, but this is a perfect side or even a dish on its own. The flavor you can extract from this is extraordinary. This is one of my favorite ways to cook eggplant, one of those rare vegetables that stands out on its own. Inside this eggplant is what we call the caviar, because it's got these beautiful grains of this incredible, silky smooth texture. The most important thing is to get rid of the bitterness first. Now, first off, as always, wet your knife. It's a very slippy vegetable, so get firm with it, slice, straight in half. Now, that's what we call the caviar, those little seeds in there. But this thing is spongy. It's got a very sort of bitter flavor to it. What we need to do is salt it. First off, take a small knife and literally crisscross gently with the tip of the knife, get halfway down that spongy texture. It's a sort of robust flavor. From there, we have to open up those little pores and salt this thing. Now, what happens? When we salt them, it extracts the moisture out of it. And that moisture is important because it's bitter. Eggplants don't cook in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. They take 35 to 40 minutes. Salt them first for 10 minutes, and you'll see once they're salted, they look watery on top because all that bitter moisture has been extracted. Now, onto a tray, salt generously, and then just leave them down. That then pulls out the moisture. This can be done 2 or 3 days beforehand. The most important part now is getting rid of that bitterness inside. If we were to cook them without that, trust me, it's got that sort of aftertaste of something that is a little bit bitter that never disappears. This is the perfect start to cooking an eggplant. Leave that for 10 minutes. Once they've been sat there, look, you can see what that salt's done. It's soaking wet. So take a little cloth and literally just pat that down. Now, from there, get your garlic and sort of slice the cloves into half. Okay? And I'll tell you why. Don't chop, don't slice thinly, just in half. Take those little slithers and just start sticking them in there. We're going to roast the eggplant now, and you'll see that garlic, it will sort of melt and disintegrate as they're roasting. And then what happens, that garlic lifts the flavor and it sort of purees. And then when we scoop it out, lightly seasoned again, olive oil, pepper. Open up the top of the pepper mill. Large twists of pepper. Cast iron pan. In. Nice and hot. Now we're going to colour the eggplant. Straight in. Always lay away from you. And again, in. Now, the secret here is to get some colour on those eggplant. You know, it's a robust vegetable, so it can take a really good sear. The salting is paramount, and you'll see that the after flavour of that bitterness will disappear. Colour on, turn them over. Again, toast the bottom, toast them over. Cooking eggplants is a real labour of love. Put all that effort, energy into it now. Trust me, 60 minutes later, it's the kind of eggplant you could have on toast for brunch. It's the kind of eggplant that sits brilliantly with lamb. It sits brilliantly with fish as well. It's just got that unique flavour. Now, flat side down, we seared them into the oven for 20 minutes at 350. Now, have a look at these beauties. So they've reduced down in size, but look. Wow. Garlic's disappeared. That's started to puree. That's hit the bottom of that shelf. And wow, the smell of them is amazing. Now, how do we take that up to the next level? Yes, we could serve them now, but I want to go higher. I want to get better, and I want to lift that blandness that comes with eggplant to a completely different level. White onion first. Slicing the onion. Keep that root on, okay? Keeping that root on there helps you chop this onion nice and finely. 3-finger rule, 1 finger in front, 2 behind. Use the tip of the knife and just let that do the work. Don't worry about speed. Get your technique first. And then hold it together, slice in, slice underneath, hold it together, let the knife do the work, and then chop. Nice and fine. Turn it over, the little end, chop. I want lots of onion in this. And then turn it around. What I'm hoping for at the end is that tiny little bit of root. And look, you've got that little square bit there. There, there, and there. There's my waste. Come on, we're allowed to waste that little bit, trust me. Again, tip of the knife. Don't worry about the speed. Lighten up when you hold the knife. You know, sometimes you tend to grip it way too hard, which makes it so rigid. So lighten up. Let the knife do the work. Down, scrape them off. Hold it together. Any little excess bits like that, just get rid of. In to the top, 1 to the bottom. Holding it together, fingers on, and then literally back, over, and chop. Again. Into the center. Chop. Chop, chop, chop. Now, and that is the only thing I want you to waste. Pan on, get that nice and hot. We're gonna caramelize these onions and then give them a little bit of a twist, especially with the spices. Touch of oil in. I'm using white onion for this because it's a beautiful, acidic, incredible flavor. Like I said, the eggplant, it's a sort of a robust vegetable. So I wouldn't use a shallot for this because I want to caramelize these onions all the way down. So the white onion holds a lot of flavor, but for me, it's about the structure of the onion, because as they start to caramelize, it holds, it doesn't disintegrate. Unlike a shallot or a red onion, a lot softer, a lot more mellow, this just gets better and better and better, and you can caramelize them for hours and they don't disintegrate. Now, let them sweat down. And this is the exciting purpose of using a beautiful white onion. Salt, pepper. Open the top of my pepper mill, large grains of pepper. I want to see that nice sort of sparkle of heat going across there. Beautiful. And now, for the wake up, the spice. Cumin, coriander, and cardamom. Think of that combination. Most importantly, cook out those spices. Touch of cumin, sprinkle over. Beautiful. Cardamom, powerful, half a teaspoon. Super strong, in. And of course, coriander. Now, look at those onions. From there, turn that gas up and get them caramelizing. I always want to make a sort of spicy onion jam. Now, the sweetness of the onions, glistening the pan. But the spices are giving it something else. Now, whilst they're caramelizing down, okay, just give them a gentle shake every 2 or 3 minutes. And again, keep them nice and flat. And what happens, that pan just catches the onions, not burning them, but catching them. And that starts to really caramelize the onions. Every 3 or 4 minutes, just a little sprinkle of olive oil. Now take your eggplants, get a large spoon. From the top, get the spoon in and just scoop out. Look at that. Beautiful. I mean, really beautiful. It's so good. Oh, so nice. Now, be careful you don't get any of that skin in there, but that's what you want to see at the end, that empty shell. And again, the nice thing there is that the garlic's pureed, but you can smell it. It's got that nice roasted garlic flavor. Spoon in. I use the spoon because the spoon sits underneath that skin beautifully, goes in, and you sort of tug at the top, and then you hold that back, and you pour, and it just comes out in one big scoop, almost like a big scoop of ice cream. Beautiful. Don't put anything to waste. Beautiful. Now, look at your onions caramelizing down. I said to you earlier, there's no fast track to an eggplant. Put the effort in now, trust me. The memory stays there for years. So good. Now, take your knife and chop your eggplant. Now, it does look like it's a little bit wet, but that's just that olive oil and that flavor coming out. The most important thing is that we've taken out that bitterness at the beginning when we salted them. Beautiful. Now, that's like my roasted eggplant puree. But first, take those onions as far as you can. Almost like they're just on the verge of catching. You start seeing them now. They're sort of a little bit translucent. They're clear in the center. But the smell is incredible. Spicy, bit of heat in there. And that nice dark color. Now, eggplant in. And don't waste anything here. Up, lift, and in. Beautiful. Up. Now, give that an amazing mix. Oh boy. Such a beautiful way of cooking eggplant. So the onions are melting in to the eggplant. And don't forget, we use that sort of caviar, that center of the eggplant. Now, turn down the gas and let that cook for about 3 to 4 minutes. It's coming together beautifully. The smell of that is incredible. But the spice of the onions and that beautiful caviar from those eggplants is taking on a completely new life. I want to zest it up a little bit. Bit of heat, but not too much. Fresh ginger on a microplane. And grating ginger into eggplant and onions like this, at this stage, you see it almost purees on the back. But what it does, it gives that sort of lift and that freshness. Now you'll stroke away and feel that you're not getting anywhere, but don't worry about that. Look underneath and look, the microplane is almost juicing your ginger for you. It's like what the Japanese do with their fresh wasabi. I'm doing the same with ginger on that beautiful board. So don't be alarmed. Turn that over. And then, look, in, tap, get your little spoon and just lift out that beautiful fresh ginger. In she goes. In. Nice. Touch more. Oh boy. Now, squeeze that ginger. And look, I've got the juice running through my microplane as well at the same time. So exciting. And look, got that puree. So the ginger caramelizes so quickly because it's almost like a puree. But use fresh ginger only. The difference is extraordinary. Scoop that off. Tap, tap, tap. Now, we got the flavor from the ginger caramelizing. I've got the spice from the onions and that little bit of extra heat from the ginger. What I need to do now is sweeten it up. So, canned tomatoes. Now, these are just canned tomatoes that have been pulped. And when I say pulped, I'm sort of just talking about blitzed in a blender. And as a chef with 34 restaurants globally, I've got no problems using canned tomatoes. They are the best, especially for the eggplant. All I've done is drain them and pulp them, whiz them through the blender. I've got this nice, beautiful, fine pulp. Take that out and add that in. And that sweetens up the beautiful, rich, spicy eggplant. Now, the reason why I drain the tomatoes is I don't want my eggplant watery. Now look at that. Wow. Cook it out for 2 minutes and almost blend that eggplant in with that tomato. It sweetens it up. It makes the eggplant a little bit denser. But for me, it's the final finish for that nice, sweet, beautiful, spicy eggplant. Now, create the seasoning. We're serving this hot, literally cold the next day on a slice of bruschetta, honestly. Beautiful. Fresh pepper again, touch of salt, and then some fresh basil. I've got the sweet tomatoes. Think of what's happening in that pan. Basil at the very end. This is a chiffonade. Chiffonade is basically when you combine all those leaves. You don't bruise them. Just slice super fine. Now, turn that around and just chop it 3 times. Lift that up and sprinkle that over your eggplant. That is the perfect way of finishing. Fold that in. But look at it now, look at the texture. Off with the gas. So beautiful. So when it hits the table, it's almost like a welcome surprise. Look. Beautiful. It's spicy, it's delicious, and it hits all those notes. And the yield, with the caramelized onions, the pulping of the tomatoes at the end. Now, look. To finish it, for me, tap. From there, I'll take a little slice of feta. Feta's that lovely, crumbly, salty cheese that just pops, especially lift it up and just crumble it. And crumble it in a way that you want it to sort of season. You want it to melt, but you want that kind of freshly laid snow effect on top of that amazing eggplant. Beautiful. That rich, salty flavor. Olive oil on top. And then these tiny little, beautiful baby sorrel. And just drop that off. Honestly, that is an amazing way of finishing roasted eggplant. So good. It makes me feel, at moments like this, I'm dying to become a fucking vegetarian. Roasted eggplant, set with caramelized onions and topped with crumpled feta. Baby leeks. You see them everywhere, but we don't really know what to do with them. These are going to be grilled and then poached. And once they've been poached, they almost puree to this delicious, soft leek texture. But not poached just any way. They're going to be poached in a miso broth. Then we're going to put together the most amazing caviar vinaigrette. It's an amazing way of cooking vegetables, and it really does suit these baby leeks. First off, season them. Be quite aggressive with the seasoning. Open up the pepper mill, large peppercorns crushed on top. Lightly season them. So you've got to think of the outside of these leeks almost like a sort of tough skin. Underneath, it's just so delicate and so soft. Roll them in the seasoning. Drizzle with the olive oil, not too heavy on the olive oil, okay? Because I want them to sort of grill and almost blister. So it's just rubbing them with the olive oil. As you can see now, once you coat them with the olive oil, that seasoning sticks to them beautifully. Now, the grill is super important. Even if you've got a grill pan, put that on top of the gas flame, get that nice and hot. We don't need to oil the grill. Some of the big mistakes you make whilst grilling at home is you put way too much oil on, and therefore it starts to burn. Lightly oil the ingredients and never oil the grill. It's really important. Now, onto the grill. Nothing happens for the first couple of minutes, of course, until they start beautifully blistering on the outside. But all I'm trying to do here now is literally mark them, okay? And I say mark them because I almost want that sort of nice, dark, rich, grilled char on there. Now, you want that seasoning on there as well. And then let them sit. As they start to grill, they'll start crackling, caramelizing, and you want the outside of that leek beautifully marked. Sometimes we can put a bit of a weight on there. I like to just get a plate, okay, a flat bottom plate, sit it on top, and just push down gently. You'll see why in a minute. Nice and carefully, push down. And that will really help to grill the leeks. I'm looking for that flavor. By grilling now on the outside, what it does, it starts to break down that leek. And then the gentle poaching of it will tenderize the inside. Literally 2 minutes on each side, then we'll turn them over and grill again. Now, see? That's the mark I want. It's almost like pressing that beautiful flavor. What that does for the flavor is mind-blowing. Takes these leeks into a different league. Now, from there, plate method again, nice and carefully, on top, and just push down nice and firmly. That 30-second grill on the outside of those leeks, as these things are poaching, it sort of gives it that really nice grilled charcoal flavor, but transforms the beautiful sort of outside firm flesh into this really nice, soft and tender, delicious flavor. We don't need the grilling on the insides. There's no need to cut these leeks in half. Just literally on. Beautiful. Lovely. See, they're not even cooked yet, okay? And they look incredible. Can you imagine what they'd be like when they're poached? Now, from there, what I want to do now is sort of lift them up a little bit more, okay? So zest the lemon. Now the acid, again, helps to tenderize the leeks. We want to tenderize that in the center. Another seasoning, a light seasoning, because we lost a lot of seasoning on the grill. And then from there, just a light little drizzle on top of the leeks. Now, the miso broth. We have our delicious miso paste. Here, we have a vegetable stock. We bring that up to the boil, and then we start thickening the vegetable stock with the miso paste. But we're poaching these leeks, so I want it almost like a sort of a really nice, soft, sweet broth. And think of what's going to happen to that inside of the leek. They puree inside, and the outside shell encases that puree. So it's really important to make sure that you got that color on them first, because the inside just elevates the whole leek to a completely different level. Now, a little bit of paste in there first, and we start to get this really nice, sweet broth, delicious flavor. Now bring that up to the boil. We don't want it too thick, but we don't want it too thin, because the secret here is for the leeks to absorb that miso. They're sweet and tender anyway. By grilling them and then poaching them, honestly, the flavor just goes up to another level. Miso, as you know, you see it a lot with fish, especially cod. Working with a miso broth with vegetables is amazing. as it comes up to the boil, you'll see it thickening up a little bit. Always. Taste. Every time. Correct the seasoning. Needs a touch of salt. And a little touch of olive oil in there as well. I want to flavor this broth. Once you've made this broth, the exciting thing here is that you can literally use it again and again and again. Bring it up to the boil. We'll take a little bit thicker. And once you get that nice consistency, then we're going to add the leeks. Now, look at that. Reduce that down a touch. Now, by reducing down, okay, that gives you the passport to get the strength in the broth. So I'm going to reduce that down for about 35, 40 seconds until I get that nice weight across that broth. I always like to check on the back of the spoon, and if it sort of coats the back of the spoon, then it's ready to go. So that's a little bit too thin. Don't get it too thin. And again, beautiful. We do this with carrots, grill the carrots, poach the miso broth, turnips, asparagus. It's an incredible way of literally transforming a vegetable that you may think is a side dish into the most incredible appetizer. Delicious. Again, now I've got that consistency that I'm looking for. Just slightly thicker. Taste. Lovely. That is delicious. I've got the fragrance from the lemon and the leeks, so that's going to work wonders. Now, put on there to cook nice and slowly. Very carefully. Place your leeks inside. Beautiful. So I'm not flooding the pan, okay? I want the leeks to sort of almost emerge, but I don't want to boil them rapidly. It's a real nice, delicate, slow process. And so poaching is all about the finesse of the pan, the finesse being the sort of the control you've got. So I've got to put it in there. I'm a big stickle for wasting flavors and marinades. They're the juices. Now, from there, turn that down really low, really low. It's almost like a confit. We confit duck legs and chicken legs, but this is a really nice way of sort of confying without having to confit in duck fat or olive oil. So it's a very fresh, light, healthy way. Lid on, and just leave them to poach. Why the lid? The lid helps to poach the top part of the leek as well as the underneath. And also I can turn the temperature down even more now because I'm going to conceal that heat in there and poach 8 to 10 minutes. The big advantage about this particular appetizer is that it can be done in advance. If I was having a dinner party tonight and my guests were arriving at 7, I could do these at lunchtime, leave them there, take them off the heat and let them sit. Cook them for half the time and let them sit for a couple of hours in that miso glaze. I promise you, they don't disintegrate because we've got that nice outside shell that's been grilled. And so that outside leaf keeps the puree of the leek intact inside. But it's a great way of sort of almost nailing your appetizer before your guests arrive because it's not really that difficult. Now, back on with the cooking. The vinaigrette. The secret of any great chef is being resourceful. And so I'm not very good at wasting things. So I like to take a couple of tablespoons of my miso broth in. And that's gonna be the base of my vinaigrette, okay? Now, from there, a touch of salt, a touch of pepper, and then my olive oil. But this is a vinaigrette that is almost like a sauce, and I'll tell you why. Because the ingredients are gonna be bound together by the vinaigrette. So it's gonna be quite a nice, rich, beautiful, heavy vinaigrette, but with hardly any olive oil. I'm gonna be using the poaching liquor. And I want this to sort of almost act as a sort of like a garnish for those leeks. Because really, we don't need a heavy sauce because they've been poached in that miso broth. Olive oil, zest, 2 tablespoons of the poaching liquor, a nice squeeze of fresh lemon juice in. Fresh chives. Why? They're related to the leek family, and so it's almost like the difference between a sort of a shallot and an onion. You know, I see chives as the sort of the baby of the leek family, and so it goes hand in glove, and it goes beautifully well with miso. Gives that little bit of sharpness that's required, but I want that nice, fresh, green, vibrant feel. So I'm using this sort of broth and this vinaigrette almost as a way of coating the leeks. Chives go in. Egg yolks. These are hard-boiled eggs that have been set and then pushed through a sieve, and that's why they're nice and fine. So it's this beautiful little grated effect of the egg. All you do is just boil the egg, peel it, push the egg yolk and the egg white through the sieve. And you've got this beautiful sort of finely chopped egg. Now you can see how thick the sauce is. I'm keeping it thick for a reason, because I don't want it to be too heavy. A touch more of my olive oil. And that's the nice thing about when you're making vinaigrettes and sauces like this. It's always best to add. You can never take away. So I always start off with small amounts. But look, got that in there. I've got that miso broth, the chives, and the eggs. Leeks. How do we check that they're cooked? Take them off, get a small knife, and just go through. They should go through with no pressure. Nice and easy. So they're about a minute away. So soft. The smell is incredible. Back on. Now, the final coat of royalty for this dressing is this beautiful caviar. That gives the leeks the sort of saltiness with the eggs and the chives. It goes beautifully, but the caviar and the miso, when you've got that sweet and salty flavor, it's just, yeah, it's that magical moment. Gently spoon in the caviar. This can be done without the caviar, okay? I'm just showing you how I would take it up to a level, you know, of a restaurant quality appetizer. It's equally as delicious without the caviar. I'm just a bit of an egg and caviar man, that when you see the combination of the lemon, the eggs, and look, it's just, you don't need lots of it. That's the beauty of it. It just looks beautiful. Touch more olive oil in. Touch more lemon juice. So the dish can be done without the caviar, but if it's a special occasion, trust me, a tiny spoon of caviar has a big impact to the table. No need to season that again. We've got the caviar on there now. Gently, when we mix that up, because we don't want to break the caviar. But look, see? It's like that beautiful lather bubbling with that incredible zesty caviar flavor. Quick taste. You see, that's delicious. Off with those. Let them sit down. Final check. And now this should be just soft. There you go, look. At ease, almost like when you're testing a cake with a needle and it's nice and clean. This knife is just heading straight through. But the leek's intact, okay? So everything's beautifully kept together. Here's the big advantage with a dish like this. You know, it's delicious warm. It's also incredibly delicious cold. Even doing this the day before a dinner party and leaving them in that cooking liquor, letting it cool down, refrigerating it overnight, and then bring it up to room temperature. It's a great dish to get done in advance, especially ahead of a busy weekend or a big dinner party. Now, I'm gonna take these out very carefully. I like to take them out of that broth, okay? Because I don't want them overcooking. That's right, you can overcook these leeks. But another reason is I'm gonna set them there, put this back on. I can get that reducing down to a glaze. And then you'll see that wonderful, almost like coat of varnish on the leeks. Turn up the heat, and look, I've got this beautiful glaze, but that needs to be passed out. So I've got this nice pure, it's almost like toffee. It's got incredible flavor. Now there's not much there, doesn't matter. I'll show you why. Push that through, and I've got this nice, beautiful, clean glaze with no mess. Beautiful. Because what I'd like to do is brush that miso glaze over the leeks right at the very end. The final presentation for this is on a black plate. Think of the colors. The base of that leek is that nice bright white. You've got that caviar, you've got that egg yolk, that egg white, and then those grill marks. So be smart with your color of choice on plates. And also, it's amazing how elevated a leek can look on a black plate, but think of the colors and the contrast, and then that wow factor when it hits the table. Plating them. When these leeks hit the table, it's a bit of a showstopper, I'm telling you, because no one's expecting baby leeks to look this glamorous, taste that sweet, but more importantly, they are so widely available, they taste incredible, and it is an amazing, exciting way of eating a vegetable grown underground. Now from there, take your brush. It's almost like painting your granddad's garage door. Lightly brush that intense miso glaze over. It's that final coat of arms. And then the smell is incredible. So good. Beautiful. And then your vinaigrette. It's not really a vinaigrette, it's just that beautiful caviar and egg. One there. And we got another one there. And then the rest hits the table. And then finally, our beautiful little micro Dijon cilantro. Sit that on top. Beautiful. And there we have the most amazing baby leek dish done two ways, grilled and poached in miso broth, finished with eggs and caviar. My favorite roast of all time has to be the chicken. In our MasterClass Series 1, I showed you how to break it down and cook those chicken pieces individually. This is going to a new height because I'm going to show you a way of maximizing the yield on a chicken. We're going to roast it. We're going to do an amazing entree with the breasts and then transform the legs into something spectacular. First off, roasting the chicken. Roasting the chicken, trust me, is a tall order. So do it properly and understand the importance of the resting. Now, the most important thing about this chicken, I cannot stress, is making sure that you rest it. And when you slice it, don't slice it piping hot. It's like a turkey, but a much smaller version. There's hardly any fat in here. I want the resting juices to make the most amazing broth. And then, once you've let a chicken rest, it becomes so much more tender and supple. Slicing it piping hot turns it dry instantly. So, my secret is to let it rest, but more importantly, it's all about the roasting. Now, first of all, hold the chicken up and season inside the cavity. Very few do that. As it roasts from the inside out, also all those juices come out. If they come out seasoned, the flavor's 10 times better than they would if you wasn't going to season it. So make sure you season inside the cavity. From there, I'm going to sort of line the cavity with onion, fennel, and herbs. The reason why, as we roast this chicken, I want it to sort of almost hold its shape. So we slice our lemons and our fennel. And the nice thing about this is that it sort of almost makes it so much more enjoyable because the flavors literally pop out. Onion in first, push it down, okay? Get right inside and push it down. Fennel, which is really nice and fragrant. Again, what I'm trying to do is keep that nice sort of shape of the carcass. As anything roasts in an oven, it starts to collapse. If it starts to collapse, then it starts to break down the actual breast. You'll get a much better carve with an intact carcass and supported carcass. So it's almost like a little infrastructure going inside the chicken. Now, push the lemon and the fennel down and try and get as much as possible in there. And you'll see the shape of the chicken hold its own. Then those juices that are seeping through as it's roasting, honestly, the flavor is incredible. That's why I like slicing the vegetables into wedges. You can see onion, fennel, lemon. Push it right down. I've got some herbs. I'm using basil here. Parsley, basil. I call them soft herbs. A little bit of rosemary, a little bit of thyme. I wouldn't put sage. Sage is too strong. Basil, nice and sweet. Stick that in. Force that down inside. And you'll see the shape of this chicken stand up so much better. Beautiful. Now, from there, now you can see the actual shape. It's actually plumped the bird up. We're going to season this now and then coat it with Szechuan pepper. Why? We've got the lemon, the fennel inside, Szechuan pepper, and a citrus salt brings that beautiful sort of dense chicken to light. The breast is incredibly delicate. The thighs and the drums, that's the sort of dark brown meat. Coat that with a Szechuan pepper, delicious. How do we get the Szechuan pepper and the seasoning to stick? Egg yolk. Crack open an egg, whisk it up, and then gently brush the chicken with the egg. Now, what this does, okay, it turns the chicken golden brown, but for me, it's almost a perfect way of getting that seasoning to stick. Super important. Again, the labor of love is at the beginning. Treat this bird with respect, and trust me, it will come back tenfold. So, generous on the egg yolk, around, and then immediately from there, seasoning. Szechuan pepper. Sprinkle it on. Open up all those little crevices and sprinkle. What this does to the chicken is incredible. A lemon salt. Think of that beautiful Szechuan pepper with that citrus effect. Beautiful. Again, open up and season throughout. When this hits the table, if you're going to serve it whole and carve it, it's quite breathtaking. So you turn it on its side and season down the sides as well. Don't forget, every ounce of juice that comes out of this roasted chicken is pivotal. So you want to put as much flavor into it at the beginning so as we maximize on that beautiful chicken jus stroke juices at the end. Now, from there, take a piece of string. Now, don't tie this too tight, okay? Go around the back of the bird, lift them in, lift that up, come round under the drums, back under, lift up, and tie. Now, please don't tie this too tightly. If we do, okay, it'll prevent the bird, okay, from actually cooking. So just tight enough to hold it in shape, like that. And then from there, that is ready. Never cook the chicken ice cold from the fridge. Take it out, let it get up to room temperature for 10 minutes, and then stuff it. Brush it with the egg yolk, and then season it beautifully. Now, I want to cook this on a beautiful grill, okay? I need that tray underneath like that. Why? Put the wire underneath so all that juice comes down and it gathers, almost like this little bath underneath. The flavor of those vegetables are gonna come out and seep through. If I sit the chicken just in a tray with no grill, underneath goes mealy. Underneath gets a little bit almost overcooked. And this way it cooks it, consistently with a 360 air rolling around underneath and is evenly browned. Super important. Now, this is going to the oven for about 55 to 60 minutes on 400. If it starts to color too quickly, get some foil, cover it for 10 minutes and take it off. But don't be scared of the color. It just needs to be golden brown. And you've got to let it rest the minute you pull it out. In she goes. Now sit it in the center of the oven. If you sit in the center and place the chicken horizontally, then it will cook 360. If you go to the left, it will cook more on the left. So sit it into the center and not too high. Try and find that middle bar, literally, and place it in the middle. Smack bang in the middle, and it will cook evenly. Now, beautiful. Look at that. Now, just have a look at those juices, okay? The juices down there, trust me, there's no chef anywhere in the world that can make juices like that without roasting the chicken this way. Let it rest. Whilst it's resting, just gently take off that string. And that's just gonna sort of almost let the chicken breathe, okay? It just loosens up a little bit. Really important. Gently take that off. Now, good. Sort of open up those legs and those wings and just let it sit there now and rest. Now, once that's rested, lift that up, drain off any of that juice. That's the money. Do not waste that. Drain those juices off. Now, from there, take a sieve, lift that out, and look. Ooh. Oh boy. I'm telling you. You see, I can taste the fennel, the lemon, that Szechuan pepper. That chicken jus is incredible. That's going to be the secret of our broth later. Now, whenever you start carving these birds, get comfortable with it. Don't cut an awkward angle, okay? Leave the vegetables inside so it keeps it nice and intact. The first thing we do is remove the legs. Gently open up. Let the knife do the work. See where that knife is going down. The point hits the board, and we literally just slice through, and off comes the thigh and the drum. Pull it out gently, let the knife do the work, use the tip of the knife, come underneath there, and just, again, beautifully let that come down. Now, you can see the top part of that breastbone. Put the knife through, come in, go over the top, and come down through the wishbone. Now you can see how juicy and how delicious that chicken is. Carve that off. It's cooled down beautifully. And we've just come through there. Now, there's our one breast. Come down the other side again, the second one. Let the knife do the work. Don't tear the chicken. And so you get every ounce of meat off. Again, through. And look, that beautiful, delicious breast. Now, what would I do with that? That is the base for great stock. An amazing way of continuing the yield. You look inside, the lemon, the onions, the fennel, it's almost pureed. It's a really nice way of using those vegetables for the broth later on. Now, the drums and the thigh, hold that up, slice through one drum, one thigh, beautiful. Again, hold it up by the point, slice through, two drums and two thighs. And then one breast and your second breast. Now, for the most amazing entree using those roasted chicken breasts. This crispy chicken salad for me is the get out of jail card, especially when you've got a big dinner party, because that is good enough for 4 or 5 of you. So it's a great way of sticking that in the middle of the table. They help themselves, and a nice intro into a substantial main course, but great as an appetizer and so diverse. Now, the second delicious entree from this incredible Szechuan roasted chicken is a crispy chicken salad. We're using the drum and we're using the thigh. Now, you've seen a crispy duck salad before. This is a take on that, but elevated. It's a delicious Szechuan crispy chicken salad. It is done with the best cut for me because it's the dark meat, so there's nothing dry in there. It's packed with flavor. But we elevate this salad into something stunning because it's a showstopper when it hits the table. Great for an appetizer, great for an entree, and it's an amazing way of just using chicken thighs and drums. First off, shred the chicken. Now, I love taking that skin off there, okay, peeling that back like that, and then prizing this center bone out first, okay? And if you do this when the chicken's nice and warm, the actual bone will just lift out. Lift that up and literally pull that out there. Strip all that chicken from that bone. Throw that in there. Now, from there, open up. You see this chicken thigh just, it sort of comes into nice little sort of stringy bits, and keep them nice and chunky, okay? Again, just pull it separate. And look, you see it comes into little bits, like beautiful little strands, okay? Don't get them too thin, but sort of 1/2 centimeter thick, and open them up. And that's why it's so tender, so juicy. I like the little shards when you open that up. And it sort of separates for you, and then from there, separate it again. If you want to pull it, okay, take a knife, slice it. It's just as effective, but I like sort of pulling this down like that because it opens it up. That's the thigh. The drum, again, very carefully, peel that off, okay? Just take off that top layer. There she goes. Bit of skin there, beautiful. And again, get the drum and lift out the meat into the palm of your hand. Strip all that meat off that bone, it's delicious. Again, from there, open up these bits and shred them, okay? Now, from there, it's so soft and tasty. Really, really tasty. Open that up. Nice. Now, what we're going to do is get that skin, okay, and just slice it nice and thinly. Beautifully done. Set that aside for a moment. Now, with the chicken, place the chicken into the bowl. Now, to get it nice and crispy, what do? Well, first off, it doesn't need any seasoning, right? Because it's got that Szechuan beautiful citrus salt on top. Take a sieve. I've got some rice flour and cornstarch, equal quantities. You need about a teaspoon across the board. We lightly dust the chicken. I don't want it heavily coated, okay? I want it nicely sort of coated in a way that I don't want it gloopy. I want it really nice and crispy. So it's equal parts of rice flour to cornstarch. Again, tap, tap, tap. A nice light coating. From there, lift that up and sort of gently roll that around, but don't crush the chicken. And I like the nice light strands of that chicken. From there, get your oil up to 350. Now, we're not deep frying this, it's shallow frying. And shallow frying is so much more healthier. So I've got 1.5 inches of oil in my wok, bring it up to temperature. How do you check that oil is ready? I always like to get one little piece of chicken first and sort of just dab it in. You can see that it's starting to froth and it's ready to go. Obviously, when you put a lot in there, the temperature goes down. So don't go too crazy. Do it in 2 or 3 batches. And then lightly, for safety reasons, lay the chicken on to your spider and then fry, okay? Shake off any excess. Now, it's a lovely technique, but don't overfill your wok with chicken, okay? Take your time. As that chicken goes in, just crank up the temperature a little bit because that chicken brings the oil down and that makes it a little bit more soggy as opposed to crispy. So just gently roll around. Now, have a tray ready by the side to take out the chicken, drain, and lay on to those towels to make sure you drain off any excess fat. When you see that chicken starting to color, look, I want that nice, light, golden texture. Drain off the excess oil and sprinkle it onto the tray, okay? You can see now why it was important not to get them in too finer shards. Otherwise, it sort of dries out the chicken. I want the texture left in. But don't forget, I gotta hit this chicken with the dressing. So be smart and make sure you absolutely keep it nice and thick in terms of the strands and don't make it too wiry. That way you can taste that it's chicken, it's the brown meat, and it's been beautifully roasted in that Szechuan pepper. Bring the oil back up to temperature again, and we go for the second time. On, tap, drain off any excess rice flour. Give it 30 seconds, and then drop in the next handful of chicken. So much safer when you go to the wok like this as opposed to the hands. Sometimes when you drop in there, it splashes up and you have to be super careful. That is at 350 degrees. So use the utensil, we call this a spider, and drain off any excess and then sprinkle that in to your wok. A lot safer. The results are just as good, if not better and safer, dropping in with your hands, okay? Now, you can see we're back up to temp. It's amazing when you start shredding the meat from the drum and the thigh, the yield is incredible. 2 drums, 2 thighs, you know, it's enough for 4 entrees. And when you see how we sort of even this out across the salad, it's just a lovely way of eating chicken, especially the brown meat. I'd never fry the white meat like this because the white meat's got no fat. The texture and the strength of that brown meat takes the wok so much better. Beautiful. Again, that light color. So the chicken, as you know, is already cooked. So what I'm looking for is that nice crispness to it. So Again, once you've got that color, out and drain. Out and drain. And the secret is never to over-saturate the wok with too much chicken. It gets clumpy, it brings the temperature of the oil down so quickly, and you end up making it taste worse as opposed to keeping it nice and crispy. Now, from there, out. And look at that. You've got that nice, crispy, delicious, you can hear it, chicken. So tasty. That's why we keep it nice and sort of thick when we shard the chicken. Set that aside. Now, the skin. Drop that into the fryer. Delicious. It's one of the most trendiest things anywhere on the planet right now. Crispy chicken skin. The flavor is incredible. Chicharron, but made with chicken skin. But think what's happened to this skin. You know, we've had it roasted. It's been crusted with that Szechuan pepper. So that is where the magic is. So tasty. So good. Why waste it? The flavor in there is incredible. Again, out. Look at that. Beautiful. And then just literally sprinkle that over there. Crispy chicken skin. Amazing. Off with the wok. Always remove the wok when you finish with it, because sometimes even when you've turned the gas on, the heat from that block still heats the oil. Take it away. If the oil gets too hot, because we're shallow frying, don't turn down the gas, just add a touch more of cold oil. That's the quickest way to get your oil temperature down. And that's why the secret of shallow frying is literally an inch of oil. Bring it up to temp. If it's smoking, it's getting too hot, turn off the gas, add cold oil into it, and bring that temperature back down. Now, the salad. This is a butter lettuce, and it's one of the most juiciest, delicate lettuce anywhere on the planet. They're not grown in mud. It's sort of almost grown, it's almost on cotton wool. And there's a stream of water that goes underneath this thing, and there's a little butt underneath here. And it's got this almost like crest look butt to it. Peel that off and literally try and keep it whole. Check the inside. Trim the base like so. Take off any sort of bruised outside leaves that look a little bit damaged. And then from there, start just opening this thing up. As you start going on the outside, look, it's almost like you're opening up a rose. So you go down, gently. Next one's down, gently, and really gently. And then you get the next leaves, and you prise them open. You don't rip them open, and then you push them down. And then you open and bend them. And then from there, get to the heart of the lettuce inside. Gently do it. And then from there, open it up. Then these last little beautiful fresh cores, open and open. And then look, if I get down to the last one, all of a sudden I've got this beautiful rose that sort of looks incredible. Now, from there, I take my plate and we carefully lift. We place that on there. I get so frustrated when I see chefs that slice lettuce, wash it, bruise it, and it goes into the bowl. It's just, it can't take the dressing. When you wash a salad that doesn't need washing, the vinaigrette just runs off it. That there is beautiful. Keep that like that. Now, we're gonna start assembling our salad. Take your crispy chicken. Just hear how crispy that is. Into a bowl. Hear that? It's drained off beautifully, so it's nice and crispy. From there, I want all those little bits in there as well. You don't waste anything there. Those little bits are just, that's the money, man. Don't you dare waste them. Now, a little touch of hoisin sauce. And you do this lightly, okay? I've let this down with a bit of rice wine vinegar. I don't want it saturated with the sauce. I just want it coating, okay? From there. Now remember where we were earlier with that Szechuan crust zest to bring the lemon back to the chicken. These are my lemons again. And that takes that sort of shallow fry technique into that nice fragrant technique, because all of a sudden this chicken's lemony, but it's crunchy and it's crispy. Now, beautifully zest the lemon. From there, fresh chives. If you haven't got chives, scallions are beautiful. And then, finally, you just roll that round. Again, roll that round, and it smells incredible. Now, once you've got that crispy chicken lightly coated in that amazing dressing, okay, spoon at a time, and you just drop. You drop that in. You get underneath the leaves there, you drop that in. And then you start at the bottom, and you drop that in. All the way around, you drop that in. Again, drop that in. Go to the next layer, lift up the leaf, drop that in, drop that in, drop that in. And then slowly but surely, what you're doing is evenly distributing this incredible crispy chicken, and you're almost sort of hitting every leaf with this incredible light crispy chicken salad. Now there's no dressing, okay? Because we're not gonna put the dressing on till the end. But it's almost like lifting up and hiding those chicken bits underneath every lettuce leaf possible. Now, that is delicious. How do we get that sort of pickled effect in there? I've got some really nice pickled daikon. I'm just gonna drop that over the salad. Again, same technique. Lift up, drop, and go. Lift up, drop, and go. And so what we're doing now is just bringing that little touch of acidity to it. And think about the contrast of that crispy chicken and that light pickling. Again, hide it. I want to see it underneath there. Don't be tight. Daikon is an amazing vegetable that pickled, marinated, it's so fresh, it's crispy, and gives that nice acidic flavor. Now, the ginger. Little bits of pickled ginger, light fragrance of pickled ginger. And then, again, and look, lift up and hit it. So the secret really is just to go in, grab a leaf, lift it up, roll it, and eat. Now, finally, gonna make a really nice sort of fragrant, beautiful sort of vinaigrette. We haven't dressed the salad yet because I'm gonna dress it at the very end. I'm gonna start off with a teaspoon of honey, just in. From there, a little touch of mustard in. So that honey mustard, crispy chicken, a little touch of olive oil. Now, lemon in and squeeze over. Give that a little whisk. I want the vinaigrette, the final coating, nice and light, nothing heavy. Touch more. No seasoning. Think about it. Szechuan pepper, the pickling on there, we got enough seasoning on there. Touch of fresh chopped chives at the end. Now I'm gonna dress my salad. If I dressed it at the beginning, you'd kill the salad. Dress it at the end, and you lift that salad. My scallions, sliced super thinly, put in ice water. And then, now, spoon. It just needs a drizzle of that dressing because the chicken's coated. The daikon speaks for itself. And look, ooh, man. Yeah. Now, finish that with that dressing. And there we are. The second delicious element to that beautiful roasted Szechuan chicken, a crispy chicken salad served with the most amazing, beautiful butter lettuce. The first exciting dish from this incredible roasted chicken is almost a play on chicken and noodles. It was inspired by one of my restaurants in Singapore. And it's that nice, light, fragrant chicken broth, but it's a broth that's packed with a punch. We're using udon noodles, but there's a wide variety of noodles. It depends on how you want to make this dish yours. So I've got my resting juices there. I've got some chicken stock here. And the secret now is to add those juices in to that chicken stock. So that gives it a bit of a sort of depth and deep, incredible flavor. Turn up the gas, okay? The secret now is to reduce that down. I like it quite sort of mellow. If you want it super strong, then reduce it even further. But add to it, okay? I like to see it a little bit of sort of fragrant lemongrass. That gives it that nice sort of, almost sort of fragrant flavor in. From there, fresh ginger. And again, don't be too worried about slicing this super thin, chopping it, rustic. I quite like that ginger flavor in the broth because it goes brilliantly well with that Szechuan pepper. Garlic, again, cloves, just crushed. That way all that beautiful essence comes out. Now, from there, cilantro. I like to keep the tops for the finish of the dish. I like the stalks in. But here's the magical part. Taste it now, okay? Get close to it now. And I guarantee you, every 3 or 4 minutes, it just gets better and better and better. Bring it up to the boil and let it simmer, okay? Don't over boil it. Let it tick over like that. I'll explain why. Rapidly boiling it is going to turn it cloudy. Keeping it nice and rolling boil, we call it, keeps it nice and clear. As you can see, I've still got that depth and that beautiful, rich color. It needs seasoning. I'm not putting salt in there. Look, in here is a touch of soy. That's going to darken the broth, okay? That goes in. That's going to act as my salt. And then I need a little bit of sort of tannins. So it's a beautiful rice wine vinegar in. A tablespoon. Bring it back up to the boil again. Now taste it again. And all of a sudden, it's got that fragrance. So now it is so delicious. Bring that out to the boil and let that reduce down slowly. And now you can just see, that comes up to the boil. And it's almost like a volume control when you turn down the gas. It's just literally gently does it down, down, and down. And then look, that's the rolling boil. So it's reducing down nicely, but it's not boiling away rapidly. It's not going to overboil. It's just nice and steady. I don't want to see it boiling in the middle, boiling at the side. That's what we call a rolling boil, because it's like a rolling hill. And that's the secret of reducing down an amazing stock. I don't like it too strong. I like it fragrant. And you can always tell when you rub your lips, it gets sticky because of that gelatinous that's coming out of that stock, and it's so flavorful. That's the way to simmer it. This is a great broth to get done 2 or 3 days before. How I do it here in my house is that I'll make this broth, leave all those ingredients in there, chill it, refrigerate it, and then bring it up to the boil slowly 3 or 4 days later. And those aromatics are breathtaking. On with the garnish. I've got these beautiful shiitake mushrooms, bok choy, snow peas, and some beautiful scallions. Now, the secret here, take off the stalks, get the mushroom nice and flat, and slice. Stalks, sliced. If there's one thing I learned in Singapore is that they waste nothing, and rightly so. Down, nice and flat. These shiitake mushrooms are a delicious, robust mushroom. They take a great sear. Look at these, baby bok choy. I think when you steam them or boil them, it removes the goodness. It's almost like a thick leaf of spinach. So I like to saute them. I slice them in half, okay? And then from there, I roll them up, slice the leaves, and that's like a really nice sort of robust spinach, and then slice the stalks down. I like that crunch in there. Incredibly healthy, really tasty. But I'm against steaming these because they turn into this dull, sort of overcooked spinach look. I don't like it. That, so much better. And then finally, my sugar snap peas. Now these are beautiful. That gives the freshness. I'm just gonna slice them into 3 or 4. I want a little bit of a sort of crunch there. And it's got that nice, fresh, sweet little pea tendril inside. So I slice like this because that's the formation that's going into my pan. Mushrooms first, they take the longest. Then the bok choy, and then my sugar snap peas. And that's how I sort of, arrange what needs to take priority hitting the pan. When we saute, a little touch of olive oil in first. Just a touch. And then I'm gonna put a little drop of sesame seed oil in, just a touch. First in goes my mushrooms. I want color on those mushrooms. Really important. Color in. Beautiful. Lightly seasoned. Now this is where you need to be super careful, okay? Because we've got that seasoning going on in the broth. We've got that Szechuan pepper on top of the chicken. So the seasoning is super, super light. Now, as you see, the mushrooms absorb all that oil straight off. The stupid thing to do now is put more oil in there. No. As those mushrooms color, that oil will come back out. So just wait 30 seconds. But toast them, because this nice sort of dry roasting is a beautiful flavor you put onto those mushrooms. Once that oil is evaporated, a little touch of butter, tiny touch of butter. That'll give that nice, nutty, brown flavor. Sesame oil is one of the most dangerous oils anywhere on the planet. You use it almost like a sort of, like a smidgen of it, a teardrop of it, okay? It's so powerful. Never just saute anything in sesame oil. It's just way too pungent. Now, I can smell that olive oil and that butter working beautifully. And then from there, in with the bok choy. Beautiful. Really beautiful. Such an amazing, fragrant way of cooking vegetables. It's a joy with the textures, the crunch, but inside that broth, it's mind-blowing. Really, really delicious. Touch of butter in there. The secret behind these ingredients now is not turning them greasy. I've got that grease and all those wonderful drippings from my chicken, so be careful here. Don't oversaturate this and keep it nice and light. Beautiful. Finally, my snap peas in. And then my scallions. But scallions I want sort of almost like, I call them battens. So I'm gonna open up the knife and slice them at an angle. So you've got that nice sort of chunky look on them, okay? Done. Beautifully in. Now, remember, we're adding this to a broth. So don't cook these 100%. Take them out, 80% done. You want to get that flavor finished inside that broth. The broth is piping hot. And inside these vegetables, I want to hold on to that crunch. Check the seasoning and check the taste. A little bit of mushroom, everything on one spoon. See? Touch of salt. I'm going to use my citrus salt now. Now from there. So what I've done is I've got rid of that sort of watery texture of those vegetables, but I've still got the crunch. That's really important. Vegetables out onto a tray. Beautiful. Nice. Beautiful. Really tasty. So, oh boy. They're going to be finished inside that broth. Don't cook them all the way. Keep that little bit of crunch there and don't overcook those vegetables. And you'll see you want that nice texture across the broth. The broth, you get a pan, a little sieve, and then from there, literally pass all that fragrance out. Look at the color of that though. Look, it's dark. It's sort of caramelly color at the end. And then it's got that amazing, beautiful, fresh ginger, lemongrass aroma coming out there. Now, look what we've got. Got that beautiful broth, packed with flavor. It's got that acid in there because that little rice wine vinegar. Now, I just drop a little bit of the fresh cilantro in there. Don't chop it, just pick it and drop, okay? And these last little sort of 30 seconds of flavor gives it that nice little aniseed fragrance inside that broth, okay? When I say pick it, I just mean pick from the stalk and drop them in there. And let that float on top, okay? Now, they sit in there and very carefully, and I mean very carefully, you never, ever pour sesame seed oil into that. You take a spoon and you just literally drop, almost like your mum used to do for cough medicine, and you just go over the top and you just drop a little bit of oil on top. And I'm adding it now at the end because I'm not cooking it out. I want that fragrance to hit the palate, but not be too strong. But it just sits on top of that broth beautifully. And I mean beautifully. Right, plating. So my noodles, these are udon noodles, and they've been blanched and literally run in seasoned olive oil. And again, just nicely dressed. But it's a beautiful, robust noodle. Take your plate, roasting fork, and it's almost like you're sort of threading your noodles on that fork. I'll explain why. Okay, thread, 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 lift them up, and sort of hang them a little bit. And then, I know it sounds a little strange, but I'm very fickle with presentation. I like to get these somewhat nice and straight, because if they're straight here, look what happens. I then clump them together, use the outside of the bowl, and I roll round, pull them in nice and tight again, pull down, tight, use the bowl, and then that's good enough. Cut that off there, and roll that round. I've got this beautiful, tight nugget of noodles. From there, I go into my bowl. And that's a beautiful, nice, compact bowl of noodles. Now, from there, take my veg. I want to be generous with this veg. I want to sit that on top of my noodles. Some on the bottom, some on top, but be generous. Now for the chicken. The chicken has rested. Look, I'm going to take off that beautiful little wing there on the joint. I'll eat that later. The chicken skin is nice and crispy. So fragrant. I'm going to slice down towards me once, twice. That's Szechuan seasoning. 3 times. Again, super thin. You sort of lose that texture of the chicken. That just sits on top of my garnish. And then finally, take that beautiful broth, pour that into your jug, and pour. Don't go all around the plate. It'll naturally find its way around there. Just one side of the plate. Pour, pour, pour. Beautiful. And then finally, take your lemon salt and get inside that. I'm a fickle, stubborn bugger. When you slice protein like this and it's exposed, just give that a nice gentle season. I've got some sliced scallions that have been sat in ice water. Sit that on top. And there we go. An amazing, beautiful Szechuan pepper roasted chicken sat on a bed of the most amazing, delicious noodles. Now this encrusted loin of tuna is an amazing appetizer. A great start, followed by that Szechuan pepper, beautifully roasted chicken. It is a meal to die for. Now, one of my favorite fish of all time has to be the tuna, and this hits all the right notes. It's a sesame seed crusted loin of tuna served with a beautiful pickled cucumber and a yuzu sesame seed dressing. First of all, tuna. Never cook the tuna ice cold. Treat tuna like you would with an amazing Wagyu steak. It deserves that respect. It's expensive, it's delicious, and it is so diverse. First off, the seasoning. Lightly season it. Now, salt and pepper. I say lightly because it's a really delicate, delicious, sweet tuna. From there, whisk up an egg white. We whisk it because it helps stick the sesame seeds. And why are we encrusting this? You know, tuna has no fat, okay? The closest to any fatty part, as you know, is the koro, which is the belly. So I encrust it with the sesame seeds, and it puts this really nice sort of nutty, delicious flavor around the outside. It protects the tuna, and we get this wonderful sear around the outside, and this nice, bright, pink, beautiful, rare center. Now, lightly whisk up the egg whites. When you aerate the egg whites, it helps to stick the sesame seeds. Brush, go all around the tuna. Now, from there, turn it over and brush again. Making sure you cover every part of that tuna. Now, this is a great way of cooking tuna. It can be done the same way with swordfish. I like to protect the fish with hardly any fat, i.e. tuna, swordfish, mahi-mahi. It's a lovely way of lifting up the flavor. Now, take your tray, get your sesame seeds. I'm using both colors. Why? Because the contrast to the eye is beautiful. 50-50 of them both. Give them a nice little mix up. Again, lightly season them, very lightly, okay? Now, before I encrust it, take a lime, zest that fresh lime over your tuna. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm sort of marinating it and then protecting that beautiful flavor. Turn it over, zest of lime again. And what this does, it sort of perfumes the tuna So that coating protects all that wonderful crispness on the outside. Now, from there, in to your sesame seeds. Now, very carefully, shake the tray and roll. Shake the tray and roll. Shake the tray and roll. And sprinkle on top to make sure that we've evenly coated that tuna. It looks spectacular once it's coated. You'll see why we whipped those egg whites. Pat it down and just be a little bit firm with it so as those seeds stick onto the tuna. It smells delicious because that fragrance from that lime, and it definitely helps to lift that nice, beautiful, dense flavor that you get with tuna. Now, quick wash of the hands. Now we're encrusting the tuna. This works beautiful with swordfish as well. What else would I use it with? Mahi-mahi, again, an amazing fish that needs help because there's no fat, there's no skin. So this sesame seed crust just takes this tuna to a different level. Non-stick pan. Pan on, get that nice and hot. The secret behind cooking tuna, literally, you can't leave it. You can't put it in, disappear, make a cup of tea, you gotta be over it. I'm talking about 30 seconds each side, seared beautifully, getting that sesame seed crust stuck crispy to that tuna, and then getting it out quickly. Pan nice and hot. Once the pan's hot, turn down the gas so you're in control. Oil in, and this cooks quickly. The idea is getting this color on the sesame seed and the tuna nice and rare in the center. Now, up, in, stand in the pan and lay away from you. Now, if the pan's getting a bit too hot, a touch of oil in there to cool it down. You don't want those sesame seeds to burn, but turn it round, okay, and baste. And then in 30 seconds from now, I am going to be turning that over. I want a nice, beautiful sear. As it's cooking, I'm going to season it again lightly on top, turn it over. The idea is getting that crust on the outside and that beautiful, nice, pink, rare center. Really important. 30 seconds each side, and that is it. And never be scared about eating sort of mid-rare tuna. You'll identify the flavor so much better. Once it overcooks, it goes gray. You can't slice it, and it's not a nice flavor. Spatula underneath, then over again. And look, from there, again, baste. We're on the clock here, 30 seconds, literally, each side. In and out. If we didn't have this crusted, it spoils the texture of the outside of the tuna, so when you go to slice it, it tears it. This way, keeps it nice and rare. And that is it, out. Let that rest. And then, finally, but off with the gas, bring that over, and then zest. Why? Think about it. I've got the zest underneath that. I've got the zest on top. I want to make this a really nice, fragrant slice of tuna. But look at the color of those beautiful sesame seeds. Breathtaking. Now, let that rest. Now for the cucumber. It's a smart way of using the cucumber. We're gonna spiralize it and turn it into almost like a spaghetti cucumber and then lightly pickle it. Our pickling is the rice wine vinegar, equal parts to water and a couple of tablespoons of sugar, so it pickles it beautifully. Spiralizer. Everybody's seen these things. They are a chef's best friend. Stick that into the jagged side, slide that forward, and then start turning. And look, you see this amazing, beautiful spaghetti of cucumber. the watery part of the cucumber is not being spiralized. And you've got this beautiful cucumber. I've kept the skin on because I want that crunch. Delicious. Amazing. Now, take that spaghetti or cucumber in, and then from there, lightly season it. Salt, touch of pepper, and then your beautiful marinade. And that's going to pickle it. Let it sit in there. Roll that round. And that pickles in minutes, okay? I quite like the texture of the pickled cucumber. So again, this can be done the night before. Also, you know, it's up to you. I like the skin on the cucumber. It gives it contrast. Also, it gives it an amazing crunch. Now, I've got these beautiful little radishes here. Okay, these are delicious. Again, you know, slice them nice and thinly. This dish is about the finesse. From there, in, and then a touch of the pickling juice as well. Radishes are delicious, but pickled, it's so much better because it's got that nice sweet and sour effect. Now, inside with my cucumber, I want to sort of give it a little bit of green. I've got some cilantro. Just take the ends off, snap them off, roll them round, nice and tight. Just slice up. Don't over chop it. Just cut them 3 or 4 times. And don't hack. Just in to the cucumber. And look, that's going to lift up and make that pickled cucumber a little bit spicy. I've got the lemon zest cooling down on top of the tuna. And then look, my pickled cucumber finished with that fresh cilantro. Delicious. Now, take a bowl, drain off that marinade. Okay. Let them drain. The pickling has done its job. Back into your bowl. Keep that pickling juice. And then start to thread your cucumber. Now, straighten it up. Almost like you were sort of knitting. Keep those strands nice and straight. And then with the back of the bowl, turn around. Let the fork do the work. And look, untangle those little knots. You get this beautiful ball of cucumber to sit in the middle of your plate. Get your plate over and then sit that ball of marinated cucumber into the center. Now, the tuna itself, when you slice this, don't slice it too thin. Otherwise, it breaks up. Carefully slice the tuna, not too thinly. Off, let the knife do the work. I want the sear. Never hack, just slice beautifully. You see that crust through. And then again, gently. Super sharp knife. Sit that through. Now, when you come to place that, lift that up very carefully. Keep it together and sit that on top of your cucumber. I have it in a nice shape so the tuna can sit on top and literally get that lift. You know, when I put things on a plate, it needs to have that height, create that height, and you've got that kind of wow factor. Now, how do we finish that? I want to zest it up at the end. Yuzu juice, tablespoon in, a touch of sesame seed oil, just a touch, a little teaspoon of olive oil, so that sesame seed doesn't become too strong. And then fresh lime in, touch of salt, and then some freshly chopped cilantro in. And then again, take your lime, zest. I want that nice, zingy, vibrant flavor over my tuna. Now, give that a little mix, and then just drizzle that around. Now, just a touch over the top. Your pickled radish. Just set those little discs on. Pickling them sort of breaks them down. But it's so much more enjoyable than just raw radish. Amazing. Sit them in. The pickling, for me, brings out the real flavor. Also, it just starts to break it down in a way that it becomes so much more tastier. It's almost like a light pickled ginger flavor. And then these amazing little micro herbs that are so fresh and fragrant. And all I'm going to do now is drop them. And I mean literally drop them, because look at the finesse on. If there's one thing I've taught myself when I plate food is never slide food. Place it with confidence, let it go. And so around the outside, just above the vinaigrette, I've got these micro herbs, and then place that around. That's the worst thing when you start placing things on the plate and you slide them around and you're indecisive. Your plate's messy. You'll sit them on top and then just let it relax and sit beautifully. And there we go. The most delicious sesame seed crusted loin of tuna sat on a bed of a cucumber salad. This dish was inspired on my travels across Asia. I spent 6 months through the whole of Southeast Asia, and it was an amazing spectacle living with a family literally floating on the Mekong Delta with this amazing fried fish. They used a snapper, and it was huge, and they fried it in this big vat. This is a more refined version, but just as delicious. Now, this dish may look intimidating because it's a whole fried crispy fish, but trust me, follow the procedures. Make sure you rely on that belly underneath the fish to lay flat in the wok, and then when it hits the table, it's got that wow factor. A crispy whole fried branzino, which is a bit of a showstopper, but more importantly, it's a great masterpiece that hits the table that everybody can sort of pick and mix. Why branzino? It's the sort of wolf of the sea. But for me, it's the fish that holds the most amazing flavor. It's sweet, meaty, but robust. First off, we need to trim. I say trim it up because it's almost like giving a haircut. It's going to go on the middle of the table, and so you want it to sort of smart itself up. First off, trim the tail. And so that makes 99% of this fish that hits the table edible. Take off those little fins, both sides. Now, again, save all these. Great for fish stock. It's incredible. Underneath, the two pectoral fins, dorsal fin. Open that up. Be very careful. It's spiky there. Okay, so be very, very careful. Scissors, move along, and literally cut all that off. Now, that makes it a lot easier to handle and a lot safer. Underneath here, beautiful. Trim that off nicely. Now, from there, lift that up, check, touch more there. And that's it, ready, basically, for slicing. Now, so razor sharp knife. First off, we're going to slice down to the back. Place the fish firmly, put the knife in, and just an inch in. One side, turn it over, bend the fish, and that literally helps the knife slice even firmer. As you can see, I've taken the scales off, and that allows that cut to be super clean. 1 centimeter each. Turn it over, and then I'm going to slice across the branzino, going in all the way, down, across, and again, 1/2 inch through, and you'll feel the bone about 1 inch apart. Turn that over and do the same this side. But again, follow the dimensions coming down at an angle. I say at an angle because it follows the structure of the fish. I wouldn't go at an angle there because it's against the head. So in order to make it look more attractive in the final presentation, follow exactly what you did on the other side. Go all the way through, and that just opens that up. Now, as you noticed, I didn't cut off the belly. The flavor in this belly is delicious because eventually I'm going to stand it up like that and literally open up the belly, and that's going to stand as a little pivot as it sits in the fryer. First off, we're going to marinate it. Now, take your tray and do this inside the tray. I have a beautiful marinade of a Shaoxing wine, but it's fragrant, okay? In there, I've got fresh chilies, ginger, scallions, and shallots, and it's brought up to the boil, and all those aromatics are thrown in. As it cools down, it marinades this wine and turns it into a really nice sort of spicy syrup. In there, I'm just gonna brush my branzino in. Now, again, this can be done the day before. The longer you marinate this, honestly, the better the flavor. In, beautifully done. And so what that does now, it starts to sort of tenderize the flesh of that branzino. I'm leaving the skin on because that's going to give it that crispy texture. And be quite generous with the marinade. Open it up and literally brush inside as well. Beautiful. All over. Now, from there, salt and pepper. Branzino is a delicious fish to shallow fry. When you see the way it blisters and bubbles up as it comes out of the wok, pretty incredible. Again, salt, pepper, open up the belly, season inside. And it's the kind of fish that you can just constantly pick at. The idea of those slices is that we take these slices off and they end up like beautiful little bars of branzino on top of the lettuce. Salt, pepper. Now, once that's beautifully marinated, dredge it. So we're going to dredge it in rice flour and cornstarch, equal quantities. Sift it in so it's not lumpy. In, around quite generously. And that makes it really nice and very, very crispy. Now, lightly brush on the Szechuan wine and then dredge it. The dredging is super important because that helps to dry up that marinade. But also, safety-wise, you don't want it too wet, especially when it's going in the fryer. That rice flour and that cornstarch really helps to blister the skin, but keeps it really nice and crispy. Oil, literally I've got 1.5 inches. So it's lower than shallow frying it because I'm gonna baste it as it sits inside that wok. But please be careful. Take your spider in one hand. I've opened up the fish in a way that I've opened the belly up, okay? And you open up those flaps like that, sit that nice and flat on your spider. That way, when it goes into the fryer, it sits like that. And so the belly splits into two and almost like a stabilizer, like stabilizers on a boat, and it stops it from rocking. Again, a lot safer. Up, in, into the fryer. Nice and safe. Now, the belly is split in half, so it's stable, okay? Take your oil and you baste this beautiful branzino and you start coloring it. The essence here, as you can see, is to cook it quickly. You know, it's a robust fish and it shellifies beautifully. But look what's happening to those inserts where we slice through. The marinade has gone all the way into the center and it's getting crispier and crispier. I much prefer cooking whole fish this way than deep frying it. Obviously, if it's a fish and chips and it's over in a batter, I get it. But shallow frying, so much better. And you can really identify the flavor of the fish as well. Now, the temperature of this oil should be around the sort of 350, 360 mark. Bearing in mind, when you put a whole fish in there, the temperature drops. So crank up the gas and get that ladle in there and start basting away. Beautiful. Now, you can see the back of the fish starting to open up. And the secret here is that when I take this out, it's gonna still cook. So literally, don't cook it all the way, but as the flesh starts to open up and those bars of branzino start sliding down the carcass of the bone, it confirms it's cooked. Now, very carefully, spider underneath again, and lift that up, spider underneath, drain it beautifully, and then let that sit. Beautiful. Off the heat, gas off, and now just start placing that dipping sauce inside. So as the fish starts to cool down, this dipping sauce starts to marinate inside. You'll see the fish was so easy to slide off. I like coating it so the outside is nice and crispy and the inside is nicely cooked. Take your slate. Why slate? Because it looks beautiful and it's just that moment, almost like this beautiful branzino is arriving on this plaque. Fish sits there for a couple of minutes. On the outside, we have our beautiful iceberg lettuce cups. Iceberg is a great way of using, I think, the sort of shape of the lettuce, almost like a beautiful little pancake. You peel off the outside leaves. It's like the sort of the inside of a scallop shell. Cut them, give them a little haircut. The trimmings, shred, and put them back inside. Place them beautifully on your tray. Inside, we've got our salad with our mango, our cucumber, and our papaya, all pickled. okay? And you sit that inside those beautiful little shells. And from there, that gives it that nice little sort of tartness. It's like a beautiful pickled salad. And like I said, you sit that inside the lettuce cups. And then it sits and marinades. From there, our scallions on top. Beautiful. And then fill those lettuce cups with a teaspoon of the dipping sauce, very gently in. Don't flood it, just a touch in there. And then from there, a couple of drips, boom. And now, a little wedge of lime, that squeeze of fresh lime at the end. Really beautiful. Now, carefully lift your fish, lift your branzino, and sit that inside. And look. Now, look at that. It's ready to hit the table. And this is how we serve the beautiful, crispy branzino. Look at that little slice there. You take your knife, and you just come in there, and you slice down, and literally, look, this whole thing just comes off. That sits inside the lettuce. This one, again, off. Sits inside the lettuce. This one literally just falls away from the bone, sits inside the lettuce. And then a touch of the sauce over the top, and there. You lift that up, push that down, wrap that round. That right there takes me straight back to Asia. Fucking delicious. Souffle, come on, we love eating them, but we get slightly nervous making them. I guarantee you, this will show you how to perfect the souffle. It is a showstopper, and it does give that final wow factor to the most amazing dinner party. The secret behind any great souffle is in the buttering of the mold. Now, these are ramekins. It's a beautiful porcelain mold. They need to be super dry inside. And then take a brush, you get some soft butter, sort of room temperature, not too soft where it starts to melt. But here's where you start to understand the science of a souffle. Hold the ramekin and you brush vertical strokes up from the bottom up. Think about what I'm doing. Why vertical? Well, when that egg white starts that momentum, that shell of butter around the outside lifts the souffle. And the perfect souffle has those beautiful little love handles at the side. It sort of bellows out at the side as it rises. Now, butter generously at the bottom, a few dabs, and then again, up, and you stroke up, okay? That little rim there as well, brush, but then it's almost like you're varnishing a garage door. The strokes need to be vertical, all the way up. Now, once you've completed all the way around, set that in the fridge for 30 seconds. You leave that to set, and then you do it again. So important. I've never yet, in over 357,049 soufflés, ever had one stick and not risen. Brush the vertical strokes up again, and that's called almost like a double varnish of butter. Now, from there, you can see it's beautifully buttered all the way around. Raspberries and chocolate go hand in glove. An amazing marriage of that acidic, dense, beautiful flavor and chocolate. How do we get the chocolate in the souffle? I take my grated chocolate and I pour that into the mold. And then all I do now, because that second sear of butter, look, is still nice and sticky, I'm lining my mold with the chocolate. And you just spin that around. And the excess comes out. And you see this beautiful lined mold of butter and chocolate. Now you can do this without the chocolate. There's just something so delicious about the souffle. Dense, rich flavor of those raspberries lined with chocolate. Now, that is beautifully lined. It's been buttered twice. The strokes have been vertical, and I've got grated chocolate now stuck to the butter. That goes back in the fridge, literally, whilst you whip your egg whites. Now, stage one done beautifully, whipping the egg whites. First of all, you don't whip and then start mixing your puree and your pastry cream. You get that ready first because you have to be protective over your whites. So in this bowl, I've got 1 large tablespoon of pastry cream. That's a classic pastry cream. It's eggs, sugar, cornstarch, and milk, brought up to the boil, thickened, and then from there, on a tray, left to set. From there, I've got my raspberry puree. It's almost like a raspberry jam. So it's basically raspberries that have been blitzed, reduced down to a pulp, passed through a sieve so all those little seeds have gone. And you've got this nice, rich, tart, beautiful raspberry puree. You can buy this puree frozen. Making it fresh makes a big difference, especially ahead of a great dinner party. Now, in with your raspberry. Now the secret here, okay, is absolutely mix them up. Now, a whisk, and you're whisking that pastry cream into the jam. I first mastered how to nail a beautiful souffle in Paris, 22 years of age. And ever since then, I just love the excitement every time they pop in the oven. So that stage is done. Egg whites. Strongly recommend when you make a souffle, the egg whites at room temperature. It creates more momentum, but more importantly, the whole process starts to blend in to the puree a lot easier. Ice cold whipped egg whites break down so quickly, so be super careful. The biggest mistake you always make when whipping the egg whites is you add the sugar too early. Add the sugar too early, and you're bringing the weight of the egg whites down. Let it gain momentum. Let it get to a fluffy 2/3 stage, and then you start adding your sugar. Egg whites into the mixer. Double check that the mixer is spotless inside. A hint of water, whether it's left in the bowl, a hint of water on the whisk, can destroy your egg whites. Clean. Egg whites in. And then down, and on we go. Start slowly, gain momentum, and then whack it up. Watch. Don't leave here. Now we see the velocity of the egg white trebled in volume. A touch of lemon juice, a squeezed lemon juice. That helps to strengthen the bright whiteness of the egg white. Back on, keep that momentum. 2/3 momentum now, and we're gonna lightly sprinkle the sugar. Just one finger underneath the jar, and we tap, and it just folds in gently. Rather than pouring it, tap, and it cascades the sugar in. You can see the egg white start to glisten. It's getting shinier and shinier. Tap, tap, tap with your finger. You've got such control. Releasing tiny granules. One big dump of sugar will go straight to the bottom. You'll never get it even distributed. So, tap. Now, I've got you. All the sugar's in. Fingers away. Increase the momentum. Look at the color of those whites. Bright white, and it's starting to shine and glisten beautifully. I'll do something naughty now to get the top whipped as much as the bottom. Put my finger there, and I just lift up, and that whips the top as well. Sometimes you've got such momentum in the egg white, you don't get the top whipped as much as the bottom. Just 30 seconds up, and back down. You'll see that nice, even whip. Back on full. Now, it's ready. Whip, off, and down. Lift up, beautiful. Now, tap. Now from there, taste the egg whites. Really important. Light, creamy, fluffy. Now, here's the secret. You take 1/3 of this out. And we're not folding that. I'm gonna whip that into my pastry cream. Everyone thinks you've gotta fold it in. You can't, it's impossible. 1/3 out. And now you whip that in there. It's gonna knock the air back down. I'll explain why. That makes sure you have an even distribution of that jam and that beautiful pastry cream. So look, it's going back down now to a nice, thick raspberry jam. In my flagship restaurant, Gordon Ramsay in Chelsea, not only do we celebrate 20 years this year, 17 years as 3-star Michelin, every time we have a souffle on order, I make 3. One's for the client, one's for the emergency insurance policy in case we drop one, and the third one is a tester. For us all to make sure it's on point. The consistency's there, and more importantly, we've got that level of continuity across the soufflés. Master this, and trust me, soufflés can be seasonal, apricot, banana, white chocolate, dark chocolate. This is the basic, stunning recipe. Get this one right, then evolve it. Now, it's just starting to drop through my whisk. That's exactly where I want it to go. Now, I have the careful folding in of the rest of the egg white. Stiff peak, nice and firm. They're like little icebergs all the way in. Now, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. We turn in and we fold. We turn in and we fold. Gently incorporating all that flavor in and not knocking the essence out of your souffle. So whip and whip and whip. From there, you can see that nice, beautiful color. Clean the spatula as you go. Clean that bowl. Now, you turn it over and again, turn it round, round, and round. Carefully, not knocking that air out of there. Yes, it will go down, but don't panic, okay? Make sure all those lumps have gone gently on there. Now, your mold. Take that mold out, and then very carefully spoon that mixture in. Smells so fragrant. In. Nice and carefully. Now, get your cloth and literally just tap nice and gently. And that allows all that mixture to come down evenly across your mixture. And so there's no uneven edges at the bottom. So it should rise nice and evenly. And these little handles at the side should come out. Take your palette knife, smooth off, and one beautiful move, clean and round. Now, from there, really important that you clean your mold because you don't want it caking around the outside, otherwise it looks really dirty. And then finally, from there, your thumb, and just create that little edge nicely. Now, put that onto your tray, into your oven, 14 minutes at 355. In we go. Right, this is it. There's silence in the dining room because they are desperate to understand what's for dessert. But trust me, when you pull this out of the oven, who needs to go to a restaurant for a stunning souffle? Gently lay that tray down. Get the cloth in both hands. I like to use my fingers and sort of come in like that, jam, lift up, and then dust it with ice and sugar and let it sit on top. Now, I promise you, you can take this a step further. Fresh coulis at the table, souffle down, spoon, 1, 2, coulis, number 3. Oh, that is a showstopper. Now, let me show you something. That fresh coulis literally takes that to a whole new level. Look at that. There you have the most amazing raspberry souffle that will wow any dinner party anywhere in the world. Fucking delicious. You know, cooking is a labor of love. I never get it right first time round. And so what's the confirmation that you've nailed it? You know, follow this class carefully. Take elements one at a time, perfect before you put them all together, and have a couple of dummy runs. Try it out before you go and host that incredible big dinner party. Second, third time, it'll be so natural, but take your time. Cooking, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.